Also, there's something else I wanted to do. Oh. I'm going to do this defaultly, and then we will end up putting those back in. Because I still want the player to be able to change their FPS while they're in the game. And if I don't do this, then they won't effectively be able to while still having the same results of mob spawning. So, but for right now, I want to kind of get some tuning down on that. So I am making it one value that I can adjust easier. And that's why we just brought it over here and I multiplied it by 2 instead of 3. FPS real though, we need to update constantly and always be red. We need to know what that is at all times. That's good there. I'll let this sit through and loop a bit. Yeah, we know the other one survives until like this one here will be fine with our stuff. Essentially, we're tuning to make sure we can get the most amount of mobs while still being able to be slightly above what our, or making sure we don't like crash our way below our target FPS is what we're doing right now. When it comes to the adjustments that I just did with the multiplier of the FPS for the additive spawns, or for the what we're gonna call it, the adaptive spawn system. As you can see with how many more mobs we have than the last time, it is a rather big improvement. But we're just slowly tuning it to make it work perfect. It might be a little too low. Might be a little too low. 2 might be the very safe limit. That is a lot more mobs. That is nice. Damn, that's nice. Oh, we are getting there. Oh, we are getting there. This is gonna be a good system. Let me move around. Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and move around this one. Look at that. Oh man, look at that. Look at that mob density. Oh, look at that. That is a work of art right there. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about right there. Alright, we're getting somewhere finally. We're getting somewhere. Alright, we're getting somewhere on mob count. Alright, I'm proud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are probably gonna increase this map size. This is... I love it. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna try it. I'm just gonna go straight on FPS. We're gonna see what this looks like. This map is going to be filled with mobs. I don't think there's going to be a bit of open space. Oh my god. How we running? How we running? Actually smooth. We actually, oh my god, actually did it. Actually did it. Actually fucking did it. Actually fucking did it. Actually did it. Actually have that. That is actually the way it is. This is the result of me doing coding. Oh my god, it's been a minute. Oh, it feels good finally. Finally back on, a little bit closer to back on track where I used to be. 15 years ago. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. We are getting back on track to 15 years ago. Oh man, what's good, Thomas? Oh, this is a fucking oh, this is hot. God, that's hot. Ah. Just fucking bask in that. Look at that shit. That's adaptive mob spotting, by the way, Thomas. It will adjust to your PC and your FPS to keep yourself at your target FPS and spawn the most amount of mobs possible at the target FPS you set yourself to. That's what we do here. So the better computer you have, the more mobs you will have. I have a 10400 Intel CPU with a 2060 GPU. So if you have better than and 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM. So if you have better than that, you can get a higher mob density than what I even have here. That is fucking majestic. You're fucking right, it is. You're fucking right. God damn, I'm proud of that. Holy shit. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ. I am so happy right now. Oh. God damn. Alright. How you doing though, Thomas? I'm gonna be getting myself ready for a break, but it's because my brain's kind of fried from figuring all this out, but we did it. And we also set up so that the spawn system itself on the rotation of like the alarms on what mob sets you get loops around constantly. So it'll like the number, like this level change number up here is whenever a new alarm is active, and that number keeps going through, and it'll just keep adding through and looping through the alarms as it needs to. So it'll go to 1 with that value, change to a new value at 2, go all the way to 11, repeating that, and then loop it back around. Once it hits that value that it achieves at 11, it'll loop that back to 1 and then continue that through again. And it does that infinitely. And it's all based off of enemy level, and it's all fucking easy calculation. We don't have any movement speed in this one, so this is default movement speed to give you an idea of like actually how shit is just chilling. There is no issues. Like if I want, I can go a little bit higher and do like 1.1. If we want like true security of this, we do times 1.1, right? Just 1.1. And what that'll do is just give us a tiny bit more FPS onto it to allow for a more stable 60. Because right now we have it set at 60 FPS, but the player can set it whatever the hell they want it to be. Oh, we forgot about that bug. We're gonna be fixing that one. Trying to perfect a build in Soulstone Survivors. Soulstone Survivors, why is that familiar? Oh yeah, I saw that game recently. Yeah, I saw someone playing that. Yeah, with the new mode they came out with. Yeah, there's a roguelike. Yeah. Oh, that is a very interesting talent tree. That's a Path of Exile inspired talent tree. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I like that. That's cool. 18,000 total reviews? Oh. Oh. For anyone interested, I'll toss it in there. I don't know if it's a good game, but I like that concept. That's really cool. That's so cool. I could definitely see why your brain would be firing looking at that that tree. With a limited amount of points, you really gotta sit there and think. And because that game isn't as popular as Path of Exile, there isn't as much knowledge about it, so you're probably left with a lot more of like having to do your own footwork. That's cool though. I love that. Ah, that's beautiful. God. Absolutely beautiful. What are my temperatures looking like? That's not bad with everything else currently running right now. GPU is at 98 Fahrenheit. The CPU is high. It's like 140-ish. It floats between 135 and 140. But that's because I have like if I stop my streaming software, because I'm also recording and streaming at the same time while I have like a bunch of windows open while the game engine is running while the game is running. So like yeah. Where's my RAM usage? The last time I still don't see my fucking RAM usage whatsoever. I'm still using under 100 megs of RAM on the game. That is fucking beautiful. 8% of my CPU. I expected that increase there. That's about a 3% increase from where I had it previously. That's actually very acceptable for doubling, actually tripling the mob count. So that's very acceptable. 3% increase for tripling the mob count. That's fucking good. Yeah, when I close everything earlier with the old mob count that I had, my PC ran at, what was it? 89 degrees Fahrenheit for the GPU and 94 degrees Fahrenheit for the CPU. So it's just my recording software is fucking a goddamn hog and a half. That's good though. Celsius, by the way, 37 Celsius for the GPU right now and 62 for the CPU. It's a bit high for the CPU, but it's the fucking streaming software. And the engine as well. The engine kind of... I mean, the engine literally crashed my streaming software earlier. Just gotta give you an idea here what's going on sometimes. we don't get that option. Yeah, that was actually, there was only a 10-degree difference there resetting my game there. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can max out the entire tree. Oh, that's cool. Good. That's cool. I like games that do that. That's cool. Alright. Alright. So, we'll go ahead and continue on with this. So, what we were looking at in here was that... We're trying to figure out how we can get this to run appropriately. We're really close, but there's just this little locking that happens. And we have to figure out how to avoid that locking. My way around it before used to be the move outside all, and it worked phenomenally. But that's not going to work for a stationary target like a wall. At least I don't think it will. I mean, we can try maybe a minus direction on it. Because right now I'm just trying to work a bit of game maker magic. That's what this whole fucking coding is. This ain't nothing more than just... this is nothing more than engine manipulation. That's all I have been doing. I have just... Because I understand how this works and how object... Like, I've learned now how object... like orientated code works and the best way to manipulate it to make it work at its most efficient and everything like that. Or at least I'm getting there, I should say. I'm nowhere near there. I don't want to say I'm nowhere near there. I'm getting myself there. I'm really heavily trying to keep myself into that mindset, which is like short structured code, small lines, nothing over 75 to 100 lines, and just very short statements here and there. And if you want to have more lines, it's just going to be variable placing or setting and such like that. And if you can figure that out and you don't have to... Hold up. And you can figure out exactly how to format that, you're just gonna have beautifully efficient code. You want to do everything you can to never call a script, but sometimes scripts are needed when you have hundreds of lines of code that you need to write, and it just works better out of a script being called on occasion. I'm completely avoiding that, though. I haven't made a single script. I haven't made a single damn script. Everything is object, and it's object-based, and it's coded within the object. There is no script calling or anything like that. There's parent calling, but that's it. Parent calling is fucking fine. It's very efficient. Like, for me, the thing that costs the most in my game now, there's two things that cost the most in my game. That's... Here's my steps. I don't have steps here. I like that. There's two things that cost the most in my game right now. That's this right here. This line of code. This is my second most use. Is this. This is roughly like 7% of my steps or something like that. And that's only because it's checking every single step, and there's 1,800 rounds a second being fired. So, here we are. You know. And then the other one is this right here. This is the other bit, right here. This is the most expensive line of code that I have in my game. I guess if you want a live preview of it, this is the most expensive line of code in my game. And that's because there's 3,500 of them on screen. And I don't want to... I could make it more efficient. Like, I could make this drastically more efficient by checking every 10 steps, but I don't want to do that to the player. I would rather this be on point as 0 as possible. So that, like, right when the 0 occurs, all of that... we're good. I have been thinking of a way, though. I might be able to code this into the interaction. And then that would free up these steps here. Which, Yeah. It wouldn't even exist. It would only exist in interaction then. So that would free up the most expensive resource that I have, which then would increase mob count. A lord knows how much amount, but I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about how we're gonna do that. Because like we're never done. We're never done. There must be more mobs, okay? I want somebody on a 4090 and like all of that, right? I want somebody on like a $5,000 computer that when they crank up that mob count, it just covers the whole fucking map and they don't have an inch of room. I want the map size to be the limitation to why there's not more mobs on the screen. That's what I want. And then we'll make a bigger map just for those people. Like realistically, if I can get myself to around 15,000 mobs, where I was at when I originally started coding this game before I started adding all these complexities and like all of this into it. Because like when I first started this engine and I just built a very basic game that says like, you know, create this mob here, make this mob aka projectile ability, whatever, make it go to this thing here and have it hit this thing and have these things that it hits also run to this, to the source. And that's all I really did, you know, or run to X player or player that I had around, and you know, on an empty ass map that was massive, I could easily have 20,000 mobs on the fucking map because there was no collision, nothing going on. I almost left the game like that, and what I was going to do was set up a system to when mobs overlapped each other, they would power up each other, but then I realized the complexity of the code was already going to be just as complex as everything else, because it was going to read the exact type of mob that it was, and then transfer the stats correctly, and then I was also going to I was going to make the enemy themselves change dynamically based on the percentage of the mobs that were consumed within it, and everything. It was gonna be a whole fucking system, and I was like, you know what, honestly, you should just probably just set up a collision system. You're gonna need one for walls anyways, bro. You know? You have an RTX 3080 and a 12 core. My guessing is that's an AMD processor then, or a Radeon processor, given the age and the core count. But yeah, I'm running on a 2060 for my graphics card, and my CPU is a 10400. Not overclocked, it's a F. I think it is the unclockable letter. I don't know. I don't care about overclocking, so I don't really care. Yeah, I figured it was Ryzen. Back then, Intel didn't do cores that high, so they were more powerful cores, but there was less cores, and AMD was more cores but less powerful individual cores. And depending on your work case scenario, that's what you would go off of. Like if you were gaming, typically Intel was better back then. I don't know where things sit right now, but Intel was better back then if you were gaming, and if you were more workstation related, you generally, unless it was like very high on demand, like video editing and such, you generally wanted to go with AMD and have Ryzen models, because it was able to split the load better and have individual cores that you could assign yourself to individual processes, which made those processes run much more efficiently than having a bunch of processes on one core. Oh, is no iGPU. Okay, no onboard. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought the KNF was related to unlock and unlock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Is no G. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get you. Ryzen 3000 series was as good as Intel. Not when you got to a pixel by pixel performance, man. It was good enough to run. It would do okay, but it was not a competitor in any sort of facet when you got down to the nitty gritty. And you cared about how much money, like, and you looked at what you were actually getting. That's been proven time and time again over test. AMD has pretty much always been in the bottom end of things in that regard. They've always been known as the budget processor. They've never, like, that's a reality. Their Threadripper was like one of the few things that really helped, like, break that. That fucking heat monster. Let's try this real quick here. This is with parent collision, so we're gonna go minus direction with this one, maybe? We'll try that, and then we'll do it in an increment of 5. And this, I want to see how this works with the wall first, before we continue on. Because we might add this into the enemy one too, to run it first, and this may stop the locking from happening. AMD started beating Intel, yeah. My old host PC actually has the very last series of the 3000 series. No, wait. Yeah, it was the 2200G. It was I think that was the very last one they came out with, the 3000 series, was the 2200G. Yeah, it was like, it came out really late too. It was like 2019 or something it came out. It was very, very crazy how late that thing came out for how old it was already for a series. Phenomenal processor though, to be honest with you. I used it on a host PC for streaming, and at one time I even used it for gaming, and I loved it. It has a 1050 in it too, NVIDIA for the GPU. I loved it. 16 gigs of DDR. Oh god, I think that one's 3 RAM. I played Warframe on it for a while. Good while. Did we really just fix it with that one line of code? Hold on here. Let me give the walls more health. I think we may have just fixed it with one line of code. This is what I meant earlier. Like, if this did fix it, this is what I meant earlier. Like, I just need one thing. Trust me, it's only one thing, one little tiny thing I need, and I'm done. Like, I knew I was there, pretty much. Like, I knew there was something had to occur at a certain point of time, and I just needed to figure out where and what that was. And I have been tearing my hair out, essentially. I've been going gray would be the best way to put it. I've been going gray as shit trying to figure this out. This AI in general has been 6 months of me trying to make. Because I don't want to use their motion planning stuff. I don't want to use their preset tools, is what I'm getting at. I want to make my own, because I know I can make something more efficient than their preset tools. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Did you just see that? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, they're locking there, though. They're locking there. They're locking there. Okay. Alright, so there we go. We got a little new bug, but... Oh, they just got shot to Egypt. What happened there? Okay, he's getting shot on a corner now. That's interesting. Why are you going that way on a corner? That's very interesting. Maybe we're literally just gonna throw this over here too. We're literally just gonna do that. Right on the top. Just right on the top. That is... So there's just a little interaction that happens there when enemies get accelerated. And that's causing problems. Yeah, right there. Okay, there's a little push there. It's happening. That might be... Okay, I got it. I think if we do 1 pixel on this instead of 5, this is going to go in a much better direction. This is going to cause a very slight amount of separation. I got to remember that my 5 was set to create an outcome. It wasn't like, it wasn't set to fix a problem. The initial code itself fixed a problem, but I increased the value to create an outcome. And I have that outcome already created, so I have to focus on fixing the problem instead with its values. Beautiful. We got to keep an eye on this corner. Actually, make sure we don't go near the corner, but we can see the corner. I think that did it. I literally think that... Oh, shit, he just got thrown. I saw that. Okay, so what happened over here? There is something that can... Here we go. That right there. Okay, that... Yeah, and then they went through the wall. So that is still occurring. Why is that still occurring? Maybe we move this to the bottom of the code. It may kind of seem weird. But maybe if it runs it on the tail end of the code, it'll work better. We may have to even place it twice in the code. Just to have it extra checking, like moving out. Just move out, you know. Essentially we can have it in the beginning, move out, run operation, move out while running operation. Go. We got a little switchy poo there. That was a nice one. I like that. Look at that. It really tried. It really tried to stop that one. Okay, let's put it at the start and at the end. It really tried. It tried very hard to stop that. It tried very hard. I'm actually very proud. Very proud of the engine. What if you do areas, but have them check a circle radius around themselves? Is that what you mean? If so, we tried that yesterday. Oh my god, why did you do that? Oh. Oh no, he's stuck inside. What if you do areas, room, entrance / exit? What do you mean? You mean make multiple rooms for the player to go throughout instead of one big map? Is that what you're referring to? Okay, this is actually significantly worse, doing it twice. So at the top, I want to say that was actually our best results right there. Let's kind of just stare at it for a moment and see what we may need to add. There's going to be a few different things here that we can add now. But yeah, we tried a circle radius. We tried different radiuses yesterday with that. I have to, that's something else too. I have to figure out, it's sometimes they spawn because the XY for where the spawning is theoretically empty. So like right here is theoretically empty. It actually isn't empty because when they spawn and they're interacting with it. So that's where my problem is. Is inside area moved to exit? I'm trying to avoid using things like paths and stuff like that. Because that's what that would be more indicated towards. I guess what you're kind of referring to is I could set up an object inside of the room itself, and if inside there, I could have it focus to one of these locations and then set up XY coordinates on there based on what's closer. I could do something like that, but that's going to be extremely inefficient. And it's also going to kind of defeat the whole object destroying system that I put in if they're just smart enough to always guide themselves away from walls and everything. You know what I mean? If I make the AI smart enough to just navigate itself around everything, then the entire interaction system that I'm creating for the destruction goes completely to shit. It seems downward works fine. Downward actually is perfect. So there's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. Down is perfect in that regard. So why is that down perfect? This is interesting. There's something to learn here. Why is this down okay, but the other down isn't? Oh, no, we got one. We got one. We got one. We got one. Oh, we had one. I was also thinking that if that happens, what I can do is I can make it so that if the enemy's XY coordinate, meaning their actual center coordinates, interacts with the walls themselves. Yes, I can go through them right now. This is for testing reasons for me, so I don't have to run around walls. I don't want to run around walls. Just to appropriately test. But whenever that happens, so say like this right here would essentially be what it looks like. If that happens, it automatically destroys the wall. So it's like I can turn the feature into an actual mechanic, and it does work, but the thing is if you're really paying attention, you see it getting destroyed, and the enemy going into it, going halfway in and then it destroying. And I know that's a really big nitpick right there. I know that's a really big nitpick. But it's where I'm at, okay? But yeah, it kind of would look something like this. There's two different ways we can do that. We can run it a more efficiently way, or we can run it a way that might... This is one way I haven't tried it. I tried it a more efficient way, which is running an if variable and then just having a simple else statement. So if this doesn't happen, then this will happen. But if this happens, this doesn't happen. And it saves some resources. But one thing we can do is just have a simple if here and allow the code to keep running, and maybe that might work. If I remember correctly, it's place meeting, and we say XY, we say parent destroy collision equals true, and then what we can do is we have a destroy here, and we can send that over to other. This is one way we can do it. Another way that we can do it as well is we can come over into the collision itself here and have that be checked in this area as well, which is already a very short amount of code, so it might be a better option, and we're not sending. So we'll try that first and we'll see how that looks. But they are ghosts. I understand it makes sense that they can go through walls. Like, I totally get it. If player is in room, mobs go through entrance. Oh, so they'll funnel to it. I'd rather them destroy the entire thing. And then this way there's nowhere the player can go. Because the respawn timer isn't going to be 10 seconds. It's going to be in the minutes. Like, it's going to be a long time. So, like, if the entire, like, it's going to give essentially, the player, I'm going to figure out how long does it take me to destroy all of them. Essentially, all the objects in the room with minimal mob density. And I'm going to tune my levels out more or less to looking at, after I do some like scaling testing and stuff like that, to see how I gain levels and how quick and everything, so that I can have a coordination in my head of what levels per hour look like, at least in this game mode. Because the way I'm going to always figure out levels per hour and everything on what's acceptable and all of that is going to be more tuned on to the mission itself. Because the way I look at things is when you provide a player with a multitude of different types of missions, you know, you have endless missions, dungeons, boss fights, and different submissions within those missions, you're going to have, like, generally players are going to stick to what they enjoy when it comes down to playing the game on a habitual basis. They're going to play other things, but they're going to have their main set game modes. So my overall thinking of like scaling and all of that type of stuff kind of like just feeds into just itself. And like, how does it feel if I'm just going to be a player who only wants to play this game mode all the time? So what we can do is we'll have this run at the very start. And what we can do otherwise is just run an else on there. And yeah, that's my simple destroy system. It sets the sprite object to nothing, so it doesn't have any hitbox anymore. And then what it does is it sets an alarm. Where are you? It sets an alarm that when it goes off, it just runs a which object code, which is a code in here that's created on creation that reads the sprite index. So it tells it what sprite are you. And then it just reruns that back in and resets the health back up. That's my code. There's no reading coordinates or anything like that. In fact, the thing never actually goes away, but because of how the engine works, it does go away. It has no visible code that gets ran at all because of how it's coded and how object-oriented coding works. So it's effectively deleted off the map, but not deleted off the map. It frees up all the resources as if it never existed, but it still exists. It's a beautiful thing. I call it game maker magic. It's just about understanding what you're using. We're not going to set up, like, we could do a switch case in this. I just don't feel like it's going to be necessary. Yeah, I just don't. We actually could just have this thing just straight run every time, but I kind of would like it to run first and get out the way. Like, if it happens, let's just free up that space and not even worry about the rest of that shit that happens here. We could actually run this like this. This would be better, and this would be faster. In the sense of the wall hitting 0 health would be registered faster. It wouldn't have to wait for the next interaction. It would just be ran. It would -1, and then it would run this right afterwards. So it would essentially be reading whatever the health is right after the update occurs. Could even make this even better. Just say this. We don't even need it. We don't even need it. What does it matter? You don't need to know that it's going to be, like... You just need to know that if it's going to be less than 0, you need to do this. But other than that, just -1. What does it matter? Get rid of it. You don't need that if check. There we go. Okay. That looks better. Let's see how that looks. There's the walls. Are they not respawning now? What did I do? I do it. I did it. I broke the code. Oh. Because you're destroying the fucking instance, you stupid shit. That's not, you don't... Go grab a bib. You stupid ass. What is wrong with you? You just got done explaining the entire fucking system, and what did you do? You destroy it. Okay, that's the wrong one. We gotta change that over. Position meeting. Position meeting. I get position meeting and place meeting confused all the time. I could just never I never remember it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I always get them confused. I don't know why my brain can't remember position as in it's positional, and place as in it just counts as your whole place. Like my brain, for some reason, it's like, you don't know what that means. They very clearly word it for you to be in layman's terms to understand the difference, but here you are, not understanding the difference. Absolute winner. Yeah, you see how slow that occurred? Why was that so slow? There was a lot of mobs there that went over that. Why was that so slow? Alright, let's try moving this over into this code instead, then. That was really slow. Which is weird, because we're about to be sending the code. Not that that makes any sense, that this is going to be faster than that, but that happens slower than it even did yesterday for me. What is it? Parent destroy collision. There. I also have been thinking of doing X plus and an X plus or a Y plus, and then doing that for a minus as well. What are you getting mad about? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Here, is that better? Ah, that code looks even better than it did. Ah, it's so beautifully short. Tell ya. So beautifully short. I should just got more efficient. Okay, we saw a lot happen over here. Let's kind of like pay attention over here. Actually, that wasn't. I mean, it's better than it was yesterday because of this extra collision that I put in with the move outside. That was a little bit harder to notice. The thing is, well, I guess if nothing is there, then it won't respawn. It'll immediately get destroyed, or it'll respawn. And then if the mob is there, it'll immediately go away again. We could still give them a buff with it regardless, though. Alright, let's go down to the bottom. See what's going on down there. Need a good little spot to test. If we go up here. It definitely cleans up a bit of the jankiness. I saw that up there. Yeah, you know, you can still see it. If they move slow enough, you can see it very, very, very easily. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. But it is definitely is not the best. The fuck is going on? What is going on here? What is... Oh, that's you. It's you. Hiding under the table. Okay. I was wondering what that was. It's just him hiding underneath the table. Peeking out and everything. If I can... No? Good night. There we go. Alright. Oh. We're making a little bit of progress here. We've made some progress. We've got it a little more consistent. We still have our issue. We do have our security measure for our issue in play, but I'm not 100% happy with that as a security measure, to be fair. I'd rather something different there. There we go. Just have the eyes popping out there. Yeah, it is coming along nicely. I have no complaints about it so far. Outside of the fact that it's not perfect. It's weird how this one seems like it's faster. Oh. I know why it's faster. Because over in this one here, it's being read of its XY. So either way, we're sending. Is it faster to just send those, or is it faster to check an object's? Which is faster? They're both sends, but what's a faster send? What would make a faster send? What would make a visually faster send? Maybe we... Let's try that real quick. Let's try that. I feel like that's going to be more efficient on, or inefficient on the engine itself, but if it's not like too inefficient and it gives a better visual display, like, yeah, that's better in my opinion then. As long as we're not losing too much going on with it. I really can find a mob count. I don't even gotta pay attention to that right now. It's over 2,000. We're good. Now we gotta look for the mob interaction. Interesting. There's... Oh. That actually looked faster. That actually looked a lot faster. Because I was paying attention to that guy. I kind of know the movement to look for now. On when a mob is going to be stuck. See what happens over here. Nothing there, okay. I just kept going, damn. Here we go. Oh, you can see it still. Ah. Vega, are you shooting for too much perfection for a $5 game? I might be, but you know what? Hey, I'm like... having fun while doing it. Be completely fair. Like, it's frustrating, don't get me wrong, but honestly, like... theory crafting in all the games I used to theory craft in was just as frustrating. This one at least like has like a multitude of different ways that I can possibly fix things instead of like just one way, like a couple ways that the developer has intended for it to happen. So that's kind of where that's at for me. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. When we come back, we'll continue on. Do remember the only reason ads aren't run for pre-rolls while I am actually here is because I do run ads while I am on break and when I do support streams. So your lurking during those is much appreciated and does help support development of the game. But I'll see you all when I come back from the break. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and jump back into this. So we finished this system here, which is great. What I want to do now is a few things that I do want to do. I throw this over here to bring this into here and not over here. Okay, one second. I want to see if I can mentally figure out here how we can make a looping system that scales with level. Because I know we have this here, but we have this global enemy level. We can change this value here into something else that scales. But we have to make it a number. But we have to do something with it to also be able to load every time and have it make sense. So maybe what we do is we are going to create a value for each of these alarms, and we're going to make that value a base value, and that's going to have the current values in it. And then let's start there. Let's just start there. Let's start there. We call this one spawn. Oh, we don't, it does not like that. Spawn 1 level Because we have to think about if when the player loads, if they load a saved game, and that's the only reason why we need to create it in the facet that we do. Isn't there an alarm 0? We have an alarm. Oh, we have a free alarm. Okay. Okay. 20, 50, 100, 250, 400, 650. I don't know why I wasn't looking there to begin with. 800, 1,000, 1,250. 15. And this doesn't have one. Just shall need one. $15. Let's say 32. We'll just leave that as an empty value for right now. Okay. Now, what else did I have? Did I have something else at 32? I don't know, we're gonna do 32. I like the number. It doesn't matter if there's something else occurring and scaling at the same time. It's whatever. I think it's something to do with mob spawning. I think that has to do with the cooldown cap on mob spawning. No. Mob scaling? Used to be mob scaling. We took that out, so now it doesn't mean anything. Cool. Now it means something. Okay. So that is our base value right there. And then actually, is there a way we can simplify this and still meet the same outcome? Maybe we just put in a loop in the beginning of a save game. Loop could get really costly though, if it has to loop hard and fast, if they loop enough times. 50,000 loops? That'd be fucking mental. It'd be easier for it just to always have something to multiply by. Well, what would that be? Ooh, we might be able to change this around to just... What if I just made it one variable, did spawn level, and then that multiplies by... Hold on. Give me a moment. Could I just save the number? Have this here, and then it saves the number when if I save the game, and then I can pull the number up easier. Then have the number right through here, and then that's the only number that needs to be saved when the game is saved, and it picks back up with that number. But then how is it gonna know which alarm to activate? How's it gonna know which alarm to activate then? There'd have to be one more variable. This is alarm underscore which. And then we have every time it switches alarm, is that when it gets registered? And then it'll know. And then because of that, we can have it load up the which alarm in here, because we can have it set it to the same variable, and this gets turned into that, and this starts as a 1, and then that value can get switched. for right now, we'll just set it to alarm 1. But that is because we gotta set up the save and stuff like that. I guess we can leave it as alarm witch right now because it's gonna be 1 no matter what. That works fine. Okay. So then what we do, we can come over here. Let's look here. If enemy level. So what are we doing here? So I just get rid of that. Instead of spawn level 1, we'll just call it spawn level. If global enemy is less than spawn level, run that. When this is greater than spawn level, we come down here, we switch alarm to this alarm witch to alarm 2. And we'll multiply this times 3 for a new value. And then we'll come over here. Bring this down here. Okay, hold on. Because we need a scaling system, this can't be that. That has to be spawn level times 3, so that it actually is appropriate on the switching. So let's just go ahead and bring this back over here, get rid of that, and then do that. And then alarm gets switched to 3. Okay. Why is it not? Could have sworn I clicked it, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. Whatever. Less than spawn level. And then here, yeah, goes to alarm 3. Then we come over to alarm 3. Take that. And over here, that. To 4. Five. Six. 7. 7. The only reason we have that alarm witch there is for when we load up a save game. This will designate the... Oh, that's a cooldown. Jesus Christ. There we go. This will designate which alarm to reset. That's the only reason why we have that there. So it knows where to leave off. or where it left off. There we go. And now we have this done. We'll give it a test and we'll see if we get the looping effect that we're looking for. Let me get rid of that. That's gonna kind of... Oh, actually, no, we need that now. We need that now. So we're using that now. You're using it now. Okay. I think she is set up. I think she is set up and ready to go. Let's test it out. Now we're gonna put on a good set here. Knowing that will take a long time to kill me. Oh shit, isn't that gonna work? You know why that isn't gonna work like that? Because as soon as it sets that alarm, it stops the code. This will immediately stop the code. In most situations. Most situations. Things like loops and stuff like that, that can cause issues. You're gonna need breaks and such, but in a lot of cases you can stop everything without an exit and just use a alarm cooldown if you have it in an alarm. Okay, it should work now. I'm a winner. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's see the loop. I don't know what the number would be, to be completely honest. I probably should have put it on a visual. We'd have to... What is it? 20? 20 times 3 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is it really that high? Did I just do that to it? There's no way I made it that high. How did the rest of that loop around then? Alarm 1, 2. Oh, it's frozen for you guys. Oh, it's frozen for you guys. Oh, that probably means it's gonna crash. Not the engine, but... Huh. Interesting. Don't know... Is this fine? No, this is frozen too. Okay, so it's this. Okay. I will be right back, everybody. It's going to crash for a moment in time here, but I'm just going to load it right back up, and we'll continue. That's good, everybody. I hope you all are doing well and staying safe. I'm going to go ahead and get into this in a moment here. Let me just do this. I forgot to do that. Alright. Alright, so first thing we're starting on today is this soul count here. It's the first thing we're starting on today. Timer. Oh, I'm not even in the right panel. If you're around for my lurking stream, you already know I had some seizures, and today's gonna be a day. But I need to get some work done regardless. I think we can just go into game mode. Maybe we can just go through here and do it. Okay, so in here, we'll just try something really easy. And we'll put a read file in here for the, for all the stats. I think that might be our most simplistic way to handle this. Something like that. to place you. I think right here. Oh, no. We know this is something. Let me see here. Deactivate. Okay, so we have it activated the whole time. Pause equals false gear. Okay, so if we're loading in these, then the player should be visible as well. So we can loop them in down here, yeah. And hopefully this should work. A nice easy way to do it. One of these might be a... None of these are there any of these globals? No, they aren't. Do we have anything that needs that? Am I missing anything? No. Let's see how that works. Oh, let's adjust the value too, because it's saved at -100 currently. Alright, give me a moment here to find this. Set that up to 100. I have 118,000 soul points. Oh, I think we're okay. I think we are okay. The volume isn't too high, right? It looks like for the... Let me listen to the stream real quick. The music just... Even though I have it turned it way down, it's... I think we green as hell. Oh my god, why is that so loud? Me right here? What you wanna do, boo boo? Why are you so loud? I think we got it good now. I think it's good now. Yeah, I like that. That's better. My apologies, everybody. That thing was screaming. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, Oh. Oh, shit. Not the problem, Baker. This is not the problem. Shit. You saw that, everybody. You saw that negative 100 appear. All we did was enter in 100, and that bitch said, get cocked. Okay, so we have math wrong, is what that is. There, we got math wrong. Easy fix. Eh? Eh? Why? Isn't it? It's supposed to be divided by 100, isn't it? We wanted 100 for each one of the damn things. If I spent... Isn't that what we're displaying over here? Divided by 100. Okay, so now I'm actually confused. What is... Is it running twice? Hold on. Yeah, that would make sense. It's running twice. Why is it running twice? Okay. So, why are you working now? Hold on. I had to do that before because you weren't working. How are you working now? So if I do this, you're gonna work? I just processed that. It's double running, but the reason why we had to put that other one in there was because, like, it wasn't running, but now that we had the code completed fully, now it is running. Ugh. Ugh. Hold up, wait a minute. We forgot some zeros. Oh, and during breaks today, yeah, we'll just probably run one ad. I don't know. Might just do two. We're gonna stop doing the mid-roll ads though from now on. In the sense of like having them run while I'm AFK. I'll just run one when I go AFK and then one like a minute before I come back. It was double running. It was double running. Why in the mother was it? Oh my. So wait. So which part of the code isn't necessary then? Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we get a reset. Let's see what happens in reset. Okay, we fixed it. Good news, we fixed it. Okay, now that that's done. Guys, it's sad to say I already want to take a bit of a break. It was a bit of a mental, it was nothing to that thought. My brain's already shot. That's fucking annoying. Okay, so what are we working on next with this? Well, we got that done. We have soul counter done. We need to make the other buttons. So it'd be soul tick, I think, comes next. What we'd be looking for. Okay, so yeah, like soul tick and such like that. That's what we're doing next. Alright, so let's just dupe this. We'll call this soul tick. Since we have this as a fundamental basis here, that's our template. We'll just kind of run off that. We'll call this PXP decrease. Why does my OCD accept that as okay? But these they don't. Holy shit, that's weird. Is it because of the P in the beginning? Is it because I make it a crude beginning and like things are shortened so my brain's like, you know? That's weird. No, look at this. I don't get why. Why don't I feel a need to do the XP, the decrease? That's what confuses me. Oh. Fucking OCD is weird. Wait, tick. Soul tick. What was soul tick? Vic, are you telling me you made systems you don't exactly know what they do? Right now, no. Shit those. I question everything right now. Or I'd rather just be safe. Okay, so that's our soul counter, soul tick. Okay, so this is the tick rate at which this occurs. Okay. I get... I think that makes sense to me. I think that makes sense. Is there... did I... Did I mentally have it planned? Okay, so we were able to go down 58 ranks. I mean, I guess I could even start it at every 2 seconds, to be fair. Right now, this is based off of, this is not a time source. We still have to get into that whole thing. They actually do have a visual thing for, I believe so, yeah, create time sources and such. So maybe we could. Yeah, as you can see here. Nearest after. Interesting. We'll definitely have to look into all of this. I can kind of just look at it and tell what it's doing here, but... Callback is what's going to happen whenever you achieve what you're looking for. Arguments are going to be different things that you can argue for the reset to occur, I would have to assume, or reset into. I don't know quite on that. Target parent, obviously. Target would be whatever the target variable is, and if there's a parent for the whole thing, it would... Okay, a parent time source. Okay. Okay. So then I could... Okay. Alright, but yeah. So we can just start this wherever we want, really. I think I do like the sound of 2 seconds. Then we could just knock it down to like 1 second. So we have like 119 ranks you can get. We made the other one was 10,000 to cap, right? And if we did 100 per of these with 19 ranks, I have to look at, of course, like total. Like how much is this going to cost to fully max the system and all that? I guess it doesn't really matter right now. We'll get into that math later. Let's have it do what I want it to do. We'll just say 100 for right now because it's a good baseline. And I can keep everything the same, so just set them all to 100. It'll probably end up being a good number too anyways. So we have level counter here, and we call this level tick. Level tick. Level tick. Level tick. Level tick. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here, everybody. When we come back, I'm gonna continue on with this. Okay, so real quick to go ahead and start us off, I'm going to go ahead and update y'all on the things that I have changed and worked on since I went on my support streams, or did my coding off stream. So, to pull everything up here, as you can see here, we reworked exactly, this would essentially what the room looks like for right now. It's just placeholders, but we have how you actually navigate into missions. Can I please load the game? It would help if I was tabbed into the correct thing. That's actually me. Go ahead and get that pulled up there. This one? Did you? Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, so now when you come in here and you hit new game, you'll be able to equip the buff that you want to equip, and then you'll have your option of the mission type that you want to do, which right now of course is just endless, and then you'll have your endless missions on there and have more details and all of that stuff in there. But this is just kind of the idea we're going with. And what we're doing here is when you equip a buff, it'll create a save file with all of those stats in it. So when you load into the game, camera angles, another thing we'll be getting into and all of that, but when you load into the game, it'll actually just load up those files and then add those into your character on creation, so you don't, like, there's no real worrying about anything happening there. We did change around how the camera works. In order to be able to pull the camera in a little bit more and not have a really bad motion blur that can happen, we put a limit on, there's something else too that you can see there. Little systems have been added, but we have decided to actually limit how fast the camera can go, and I will be allowing for different camera angles so that at faster movement speeds you can actually have more freedom overall. But it just makes the game, I don't know, it feels a little bit better with it, actually having it zoomed in and having the camera follow like it does. The motion blur, let me show you all what I'm meaning, and this happens no matter what. So like the reason why the map was so small before was because I have to tune camera distance to map size in order to make motion blur not occur at faster movement speeds. Now, if we come over here and we have, is this it? Oh, I was gonna say that was not right. As you can see here, we have horizontal and vertical speed set at 8. Now, if we do -1, which is going to keep up with it then, you're going to see how bad the actual motion blur gets. And the reason for that is the objects that aren't, what the camera is being focused on, are moving at a rate that's slower than what the movement speed is, so it causes a natural blur, and it's a blur that you just cannot get rid of, unfortunately. As you can see there, it is quite nauseating at the end of the day, to stare at that for hours and hours on end. It is extremely, extremely nauseating. So that is why we put that limitation in there, and then in doing so, I decided to pull the camera angle in closer, and then we're going to be tuning the entire game around an 8 movement speed, so that if you do want to draw the camera back and everything and have a higher movement speed for, you know, more min-max play and not more, you know, actually having nicer visuals and I would say a harder actual experience because you're being given less information. You're able to then pull your camera angle back and increase your movement speed, and then also be able to gain more information and situational awareness. So those are the few things that the camera angle thing still needs to be worked on. I have a few ideas on how I'm going to do things. I'm going to do one where you just set a slider to your own custom. And then I'm going to try to work on an adaptive one that actually adjusts the your point of view to a percentage so that it is the most, we'll call it optimal for your movement speed, essentially. So those are the few systems that I'm going to be implementing with the new camera system and all of that. So another thing is, as you could see, the map size, like I said, was drastically increased. We increased the map size by 4 times. We do have to get new backgrounds made and all of that. That's why it's squished and it looks like absolute trash in the background right now. And you have these weird spots right here and everything. We're getting the background done so that when you actually copy and paste the same background on there, everything just fits together. So no matter the size of the room, it'll actually work regardless of the fact. And what we added here so far, I'm pretty much happy with it. I just need to do a few more minor tweakings to things like making doorways or making doors and stuff. These open areas right now are to signify for me when I go back and I make a little segment or like an actual doorway and everything, that that's where you're going to be putting a door and everything like that. But we have a general sleeping quarters, which has all the bunk beds and everything in it. And then you have your mess hall for OCD reasons, just slightly more seats than you have bunk beds. But we'll also be adding, like, this is just we still need to add in, I guess you could call it, the rest of the assets, things on the tables around the room, the lamp or the torches and everything like that. This is just more, this is the setup I want to go with for the layout of objects that I'm going to be getting into later on what I want them to do and stuff like that, because all of these current placeholders, or not placeholders, but all these objects in play right now will have a very unique purpose that I'll be going into later, a system that we'll be working on today. And then you have a officer's quarters as well, or mess hall, and then you have your officer's quarters. And then over here we have your storage facility with all of like the backups for everything. So that's what I have currently. There's untold if we're going to be adding more things into here because we do have a lot more space we can work with, but at the same time I do want to have a generalized area that's very open. So all of that's slowly being worked into as a whole. What else was there? What else was there? Okay, reworked. So the mob spawning has increased by like threefold or so, sometimes a little bit higher. And one of the biggest things that have helped with that is how I have redone a lot of the things. Anything that I could take out of a step that didn't need to run on every single step. And I don't know, I kind of feel like this, you know, checking for a 0 should run at every single step for like a mob dying. The last thing you want to do is have something take one extra step regardless of the fraction of a second to have it die, you know what I mean? And then you die instead, and that's just nonsense. So I've like always on the death things, we kept them in steps, but we took our movement off, which is our biggest thing. We took movement off and we... Here we go. We took movement out and we put it into an alarm. And with this alarm, I refined it down to where it still felt like it was being constantly updated to the player, at least in the way of the player's experience of the game. But I maximized it to the point to where it gave me a shit ton more performance, because instead of running every step, this is now running every 10 steps, which is massively different on performance. So I had figured that out essentially by going up to a half a second originally, which would have been 30 steps, and then going up to 60, which would have been 1 second, noticing there was no difference between the two, and then I worked my way downwards until I found a point to where I lost that performance that I had at 30. As soon as I lost that, I went up one number, and then this is where I ended up. Now, another little system that I did work on as well, you'll see this times alarm speed in here. That is actually a very simplistic way to have your alarms actually tuned to the player's FPS if you don't want to time source them. So what I have done with it is I have this right here, because we tune the entire game out of 60 frame, or out of 60 steps in a second. So we take the get game speed, and then we have the variable for that being the game speed FPS, and then we divide that by 60. So no matter what the player sets it to, outside of going under 60, which we're going to get into, I left it in just as a little fun thing for the player, actually, to be honest. It doesn't really give any real advantage, to be completely fair. But as you tune upwards, your alarms will set correctly so that you won't have faster attack speeds or slower attack speeds and stuff like that. And then what this does is if it goes to less than 1, which is what I spoke about, going under 60 FPS, then it'll automatically keep setting it to 1. And then that number there simply just gets multiplied in alarms. And that's the whole system there. It was much more simplistic and lighter than running just time sources on everything like that, or having extra variables to load up for different FPSs and everything. So I was like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now, when you do go under 30 or go under 60 though, it will increase the fire rate of both, and the fire rate of you and the enemy, and also the spawn rate, but it will decrease your movement speed. So it kind of like levels each other out on the overall experience. Give me one moment here, we'll get some caffeine in my, and then we'll keep going on over these changes. Okay, and next, the mob generation. Here we go, mob spawning. So I have my same timers, actually reduced the amount of timers, but what we did was we made some new values actually. And with these values, here we go. I didn't remember if I had them initial creation or if I just created them over here. So we have a where X and a where Y, and then we use an I random range, and we use the size of the room, which later on I can just create values to make this an easier copy and paste system that will automatically detect room size and stuff like that, and then I can just have the where X and stuff like that kind of just, if it'll fit in a little more naturally, but this is slightly more efficient to just have direct numbers fed into it. So we have a I random range for both X and Y coordinates in the room, and then that comes into here and checks to see if the position is empty for those coordinates there, and we feed that into where the X and the Y is for those, and if that is true, then it'll go ahead and spawn the mob type we want. We have this repeating 4 different times in a row just to have all the mobs that we want to have spawn. So we'll have 4 mobs spawning at one given time in a random location throughout the room. And then we have our alarm just set at our very bare minimum amount that we can have it to, so that it's still actually an alarm. And same system that we would have before with the enemy level and the spawn and all of that for the registry on what alarm to jump over to and all of that type of stuff. Okay, and finally into the system that we're working on today. Which, let me go ahead and just get a new workspace open so that I can work on that. Okay, so the room destruction that you were seeing in there earlier, we'll go ahead and just stand next to an object and show you what I have so far on it. And what this system is to do at the end of it all is allow the player and enemy to destroy objects in the room, have them respawn at a different time, at a random other time. I still have to figure out the timing behind that, that's why I use the word random. And this allows for the freeing up of the environment, which then will gradually also increase mob density. Now, one thing I'm going to be implementing in here as well is when the NPCs actually interact with it, they will become buffed as they because they won't be able to go through it. They'll stop. Same with interactions to objects here. Instead of having your movement speed slowed, they're going to just stop you instead now. And what this is going to do is it's going to slowly buff the NPC, the enemies that against you, if you don't actually destroy the objects. So the longer they're stuck on those objects, hitting the objects, the more they will become buffed, and the stronger they'll be when they actually do encounter you. So that's the system we're working on right now. As you can see, there's literally like no performance hit at all with the spawning and deletion of things, and that's even on a 10-second respawn. So it's absolutely wonderful in that regard. We'll actually come down here to the bottom. I should probably set my camera angle out for testing. Let me set my camera angle out to what I would... 5300 by... what was it? I can't remember. Do 1080 times 2, 2160. We'll just do 4K. And then we'll do 1920 times 2, 3840. Is that 4K or is that 1440? I don't know. Also, I have added a actual enemy counter, so you know how many enemies there actually are on screen. Forgot to even say that in my notes. Okay, I think we're almost there. As you can see, with just having the camera angle pulled back, you can get across the map very quickly and it's not an issue. But as you can see, in a room that had a fair bit of density in it and walls and everything, not really an issue for things respawning. Now, I'm going to be keeping the targeting system to be based off of where enemies are, so you're going to have to position yourself correctly in order to destroy all the obstacles correctly as they respawn and all of that. And this just gives the player more of an incentive to actually move around the map and make sure that all of the obstacles and everything are actually cleared up, so that the enemies aren't getting buffed and all of that. Or you're going to want to have enough range to be able to cover doing all of that and be able to kill mobs fast enough and not have them stacking on top of you. So, yeah, as you can tell, we have 1700 mobs on map right now, and we are at the minimum density, by the way. This is the minimum density. This is not maxed out. We also did slow down all of the enemies and all of that. We changed around the targeting system for the spellcasters so that they go to a old location of yours, more or less. They won't actually constantly follow you. They'll update slower, so you have, as you can see, the ability to actually dodge them. And we slowed down the game because I decided to pull back in the camera angle, and also when you're set at any of the mod densities, it can be chaotic when you're not in power creep. But especially when you max out mod density, which right now we're going to go ahead and do that, and we'll show you all what that looks like. As you can see, I mean, it's a bit rough there. If you max out mod density, you're going to be dealing with it. So the game has a much different feeling to it. It feels a lot better overall, and you can see enemies right now, they're doing a lot of damage. As you can see how fast my health dropped there. So you have room to kite around now. You have constant enemies to have to deal with. We're at 3,600 right now on the map. So you're going to have a lot more to think about when it comes to the overall play on this map. And I can honestly say I'm finally at a point of very, very happy with where the overall game is sitting at right now for the first mission. It's a very unique style of just having a killing room, and the objective stays to that. But there's little things that you can do to make it easier or harder on yourself. Definitely very happy with that. Let's see. I think that was... Yep, all caught up. All caught up on the things. All caught up on the things. Alright. So that's what we worked on over the past some days. Let me show you that targeting system here as well, since I did speak on it. So what this does is I have an alarm here, or not an alarm, on creation. What it does is it just moves right to that direction there, and then it'll run the alarm, and then that's it. So now it's at whatever location it was at the point of it being created, or wherever you were at the point of it being created. And like I said, I did this so that, you know, you could actually dodge the things and not just outrange them. I felt like that was a lot more fair. You know? I felt like that was a lot more fair, especially with the mob density getting as bad as it is. The last thing you need is enemies with homing missiles constantly, and then they have like over 1,000 of them. It gives you more to have to pay attention to anyways, because you're not just like, okay, well, they're gonna hit me no matter what. You can take the initiative to yourself to say, well, I can avoid the damage if I play properly enough. And I guess to give you an idea of what the game would feel like at the movement speed that we intend for and everything, and the point of view, I'll give you that real quick, and y'all do that. And give me a moment here. How you doing, Max? Where is movement speed? Here it is. Okay, 8. 8 movement speed. Okay. Because then also the tables and all of that stuff we will be working into the destruction system. I just want to have a nice baseline idea of it first before I go through and actually do that. Oh, I added 8 to this. I added 8, so I'm going faster than that. What was base movement speed again? Baker, it's your game. I know. No. I actually should just set it to 0 because I wanted the base movement speed to be 8. Here it's 0. And that was one thing I wanted to change. There we go. That is buff speed. Here. 8. No. This way you don't need to worry about movement speed if you don't want to go faster than the base. Because the base still feels good. Still feels good. Time to travel still isn't bad at all. 8 pixels per step. So, as you can see, we're already The maps will be tuned to that size. That's why I only kept it at 20,000 by 20,000 for the map. It's big enough to feel like you have something to walk around in, but it's also small enough to not feel like you're just lost in this world. Mainly because I definitely want a reason for the world to exist. I don't want just senseless parts of world, you know? I want everything to kind of have a unique type of purpose to it that could be utilized for the player into some type of actual facet. But yeah, just to let you see here, the actual time to distance between the top and bottom really isn't bad overall. I can sit here and actually talk through it at relative ease. It takes, what, you know, a minute or so. No. And the sides are the same like that and all of that. So it's not really an issue in that regard. But we'll sit here a little bit. We'll let mob power creep actually take place because our character is still, I don't know, I think this guy, I think the equivalent if I was to turn it into soul points right now is like 50 or 60,000 or something like that, if not higher. I don't remember exactly. 20,000, let's see here. 20 armor. You need 50 armor for each 1 point. Or you need 50 soul points. You got 20,000 damage, and that's going to be 40,000. Yeah, this is like 130,000 is what this one was. Level 130,000. So we're just waiting for mob levels to actually get there. As you can see here, we're at 4,000 right now. We're going to start seeing them come in. Now we're going to want to start moving outwards. And as you can see, once you start to lose the power creep, you'll actually start to feel the pressures of the mob density a bit more. Me, I've been playing this game now for about 300 to 400 hours. So yeah. And I have a couple thousand hours in Vampire Survivors and 500 hours in Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. Or 500 hours in Brotato. I'm just used to these games. My biggest issue with a lot of those games was either the scaling felt too limited or the maps were too small. Those are my main problems. And either game had their own uniqueness to that. Vampire Survivors, the main reason why I didn't like it wasn't so much either of those reasons. It was more the fact that I couldn't play 3/4 of the characters, if not more, because it would trigger seizures. I actually really enjoyed the game. I didn't like how the mobs scaled. Like, one of the reasons why we put movement speed caps on here and everything is because in Vampire Survivors, the one thing that actually ends up killing you, even if you have knockbacks and stuff like that, is the mob's movement speed becomes so fast that they actually start skipping skipping over, I guess, frames more or less, or I would say positions on the map. So then they have the, oh, there it is. Yeah, we got an average of, okay, so we got a if point, okay. Little error there. As you can see, it does get chaotic there. But yeah, I also added a system to where if the mobs are more than 5,000 pixels away from you, their movement speed is up to 8, so they can get to you faster. When I had all the movement speed at like what it is baseline there, what you saw in the mission, on your actual camera, the mob density was terrible. Like, they were there, don't get me wrong, they were there. They were just there on the map. And it felt terrible. It felt absolutely terrible. You had to go out of your way to find mob density. And it was just obnoxious, so... Does anyone else need this? I don't know why the code isn't there to begin with. Does anyone else need this? Let's check over everybody real quick here. Looks like everybody needs this. Everybody's just an error waiting to happen. What I could do is, like, to clean this up if I wanted to, would be delete all the enemies. You know, or maybe have like a switch case in here. And it doesn't make a difference. There's no efficiency difference between a switch case and this engine and an if case, I actually found out. At least I'm assuming so. And you may ask, well, what do you mean? Like, why is that? They used the word easier to do. They didn't say it was more efficient. They specifically say things are faster and such. They just use the word easier. And I know why it's easier. It's because you don't have to correctly think of the correct order of if variables to occur at the right time. You can just throw it up there and it just, everything works appropriately. It's much more simple to do. I definitely get it. But it is literally nothing. It's like, as long as you have the logic figured out in your head, you can do fine with if variables. It's just a lot harder to do. To at least make work correctly. It's a lot easier to screw up and make it less efficient with if variables than with swap and everything. But if you know the correct order of which things you want to be done and everything like that, you can get away with it a bit more, because regardless of the fact it checks over. Okay, so that's set up there. That's good news with the bears. Okay, so... go ahead and pull this up. I don't need this anymore. This was a part of the original system for the respawn and such. What I was actually having it done was, if something was destroyed, it would spawn that. And then that would be holding all the values needed to accordingly do the respawn and everything. But instead I just worked some gamemaker magic. And I just set sprites. That's all I did. That's it. That's all it does. Less than to 0, it just sets sprite to no one. So there's no hit box or anything with it. You can't interact with it, so it doesn't use up any visual space, so it frees up memory actually. And then that's it. And then it runs this alarm over here, which after a certain amount of time sets it to a witch object, which is a sprite index, so it just tells it what sprite it is. And then it has a angle that's set as well if it's needed. But it's not needed, because this just replaces the same thing and has the same appropriate values for it. I had it there just in case I needed it, because the old system did require it, but I've figured out a much more efficient way to do it. And we're going to keep working through in that direction. It's beautiful. It's so efficient. It's so damn efficient. I tore my brain out figuring this out, though. Like a fucking mad scientist trying to figure out how to make this so efficient. Just trying so many systems because I didn't want to use grids and all of that shit because it's just so inefficient to do, and I didn't feel like it was necessary. I just didn't. I felt like there was something that the engine does to free up the resources like it doesn't exist, and I could figure that out. So it was just, it's nothing more than the pure engine manipulation behind it. As I like to call it, game maker magic. Okay, so what we're going to work on now is a system that when these, the enemy collides with them. Okay. How on earth did we really get this done? I said how on earth we do it? I think we can actually just use this. Watch. We parent the collision into the parent destroy collision, right? 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 And let's set their health to something reasonable so that we can test appropriately, right? So let's just say 10,000, I guess. Unreasonable amount. Let's see what happens there. The whole goal is to make this as humanly efficient as possible. I don't want this system to even be recognized as a running system. Oh, come down. We have a lot more walls spawning here. But yeah, that is the main primary goal, is we want a system that isn't even recognized to be running. Good. Okay, so that's good there. Did I add too much health? I think Baker added too much health. I think we need to take away a 0. Let's take away a 0. Let's take away a 0. Let's see if it works. Actually, let's set it to 100 right now, just to make sure it works at this rate. Because we are adding things to it, so let's stop adding other things to it and just do one thing at a time. Alright, Baker. We do one thing at a time now? Okay, we don't... Can we do that? Can we do one thing at a time so we understand what's breaking? Alright. Come on. Alright, they're working. We just gave it too much health. Okay, good. Okay. What happens if I stand in here? They respawn, right? Do I get stuck inside? Now we're gonna find that out. I mean, that is kind of your own problem, isn't it? Baker, is that fair? To be honest, with the amount of power creep in you have in this game, you're damn right that's fair to me. If you want to get your dumbass stuck in a wall, you better be able to get yourself out of that wall. I actually, yeah, I'm being dead serious. I actually like it. You best use that fire rate to your full advantage, damn it. Oh. There we go. Oh, you do get stuck. Oh, 5. We're doing it. Oh, putting a stamp on it. I like it. I fucking like it so far. Alright. Alright, we're getting places. Alright, we're getting places. Okay, now... lettuce, tomato, and cheese. How the enemy interacts with this. We're going to set the interaction up in the enemy itself. Do I want to... yeah, everybody has their own stats. So yeah, we'll set them up in the individualized enemies themselves. And this way... we can have the enemy update their own stats real time there, and we don't have to worry about sending anything. So yeah, we'll set up the interaction here. We have the interaction inside of the destructibles themselves on how they interact with the enemy, and now we're going to make how the enemy interacts with the destructibles. And just to save efficiency, we'll split them up. Okay. Have that with you. And what do we want to do here? How do we want them to scale? How do we want them to scale? How do we... so we can take you. And we take... you. That becomes what we need. Oh, okay. Alright, I got you. So we need you. We need you. You. Need you and you. And I need you and you. Okay. Boom. And we can just bring these in here so we can stare at them for a moment. Let's go ahead and open them up in a new window. Can we get a live preview just so I can... Okay. I have like one right now. We'll just make a 1%. That gets rounded. We don't have to worry about HP. And now we take this. Do the same thing here. Just give it just a little testy run here. Do that, and we relative that. Nice and simple. This will actually buff everybody on the map. Ooh. I mean, I do have intentions of moving it off the system. But just for testing's sake right now, let's just go ahead and do that. Now here. Movement speed. Set it with cap. One, and then we say if greater to or equal to 8. Set that to be 8. This becomes relative. And let's do that. And to make it more efficient on that. Okay, so the reason why we're doing and running the if variable first is once we hit 8, we don't need it to do this at all. We don't need this. It's just boom, 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 boom. This is going to run this regardless, so we're just going to be telling it to just stop, 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 stop. What we could possibly even do, maybe make it a little more efficient. We could say greater than 8, right? And slap a else in here like this. Just to make it slightly more efficient for when they do hit 8. This would be essentially assuming that they would always be hitting 8 every single time they'd interact. This is assuming that. That's what we could say. Equals 8. Run that. And we just have it exit. And then this saves that step from occurring. So until that occurs, like I said, that this would be assuming that this would then pretty much become a default. Which I guess isn't a bad assumption. Because the reality of the player getting a 10,000 range that isn't going to be hardcore dedicated to the game would be slim with how things are set up right now. Okay, and then the next thing that we want to do as well was, where was sprite scale? Is this an instance scale? Do a relative? .001. Like that. Let's just try that on a baseline. I'm gonna rework the spawns real quick here. Just so I can test with, which is nothing but the babies. Nothing but the babies. Let's take you. Take you. And then we slap you here. Do you? Put that for now. Here's the good news on the bears. Take that. Let's give the walls more health. Let's give the walls more health. I want to see them. I want to see the mobs for what they are. I want to see what they do. With the rigmarole. I tuned the right alarm. That is alarm 0. Do I have average souls in there? Young, yeah. I don't know why I thought I saw an average soul. I guess I just wait. Just wait. Just max mob density. And wait. That's what you should do. Max mob density and just wait. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh that! Oh my! Oh hello! Oh my! Oh jeez! It works. It needs to be tuned better. But we got our concept. We got our concept. Oh. Alright. Alright. It was really fast scaling. Holy shit. I like it. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this nonsense. Remember, I only run ads when I go on break and during my support stream, so you lurking during those times does keep the stream ad-free, and it is much appreciated, as it does help support development of the game. But I'll see you all when I come back from the break, and as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and we'll actually leave you up with the gameplay here of this. Okay, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. I know we're not following the next break thing, but it gives me an indicator on what's going on. And yes, I know I didn't run another ad. That's just... made y'all wait longer. I wasn't gonna do that and stuff. My disabilities inhibit the stream quality. I tried to give you all more as compensation. Okay, so we had this as a baseline, and from here we were figuring out the map. We were figuring out math from here. If you're wondering what I have up right now, I have notepads up, but I don't feel like blinding y'all. Baker, why don't you get something different? I don't know. I mean, I personally have the night filter on my computer, so like it doesn't really bother me. Okay, but I know everybody doesn't have a night filter on, so I only bring up a notepad if I feel it's absolutely needed. I guess what I could do is this, actually. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh. Okay. So we have our values here. I'm just going to go ahead and copy these and paste them in here like that. So we have our values here. And we'll figure out making these default here. Okay, so we know our default here is going to be 1. There's our default, so there's 1 there. This one we wanted... What do I want the default tick rate to be? Like we have... I'm going to come back to this one. This one's going to take a lot of thinking. I guess this one can be in relation to that one. Well, no, this one has kind of like a hard cap on it. And like where it just becomes unreasonable at that point anyways. So we're going to start that at 150. Because I believe 150 is a reasonable amount. Let's go back and load up real quick and check that out. Why? Why? Listen, just don't worry about it. We'll you know what? Fine then. You want to do it like this? We'll do it like this then. Here, hold on. You want to be the pain in my ass. Really? Oh my god, that's supposed to be the script run. Do you want me to tab it over? So even if I... Oh my god, so that's not gonna make a difference. I have to make them vars? Jesus Christ, that's annoying. Oh... Alright, so then the easier way to do this then is going to be, let's go ahead and open up this. We'll just create that. And we're going to come over here. And then we'll just copy this. I guess we could just stare at this, but I want to be able to mess around with the numbers and not worry about it affecting anything. Unreal. Anyways. We had this, we were just leaving that there. This one we were thinking about 150. And we had those set up. Okay, let's go take a look real quick. It'll run now. It's typically why I just use Notepad, but I wanted you all to be able to see what I was like working on and everything. I can always just copy these variables back over there now, to be honest. This will actually work out well for baseline. I didn't actually think about that. If I copy the variables over there and then I work on them, I can just copy them back over and I'm good. Let's change the rate at which fast. Hold up here, I need to say 150. Let's see if we get any scaling on 150. We'll actually just hard edit the number and see what happens. I think 150 might be too much. 100 might actually be our reasonable spot. Because we want to give the player a little bit of leeway. We don't want to have to be like exactly on point with it to like what we can potentially get at 100,000. 120. Yeah, 100 seems reasonable. Yeah, so 130. That feels 100 is definitely reasonable. There's a lot of playroom there, so we will keep it at 100. We'll keep it at 100. Now the tick rate is the thing we can have a lot of fun with. We have a lot of fun with tick rate. I almost want to start the tick rate very high. Like 10 seconds on a tick rate. So it'd be like 600. And the player can work that down from there. Kind of like that. And we can allow the player to work it all the way down to 0.03 seconds. I think it's insanely fast scaling. Because I do want this to be a heavy investment system. So, and the most important thing here, like you can have this at 0 if you want, but if this is only ticking once every 10 seconds, it don't matter that it's at 0. It's still not that, I mean it's decent, but it's not great. Yeah, and then your division matters as well, so everything kind of ties in together to matter. So I like it. I like it. Okay, we can go ahead and just, those are simple. 106. $600 and 100, there we go. That's all we need to do is one value. Now we have to figure out cost. Cost is the next thing. Okay, now we can look at cost. Now we look at cost. Okay. So we have, this can go down to 0. And we have 100 ranks. So 100 definitely sounds good there. We can just do a flat 100 on that, because that's like 10,000, right? 100 times 100. Yeah, 10,000. I remember that math last night, but I just wanted to double check myself. So we got that there, and we can just make it another one. I like when it does that. $10,000. And this is mainly just for easier math reference and things. You don't really need the total, but it's nice to know the total. Figuring out everything else. And I'm not accounting for what it costs to max out the reset. What's it called? Transfer. That's its own separate system. Its own separate grind. You can use them both together to benefit yourself, but they don't have relation in their cost. In the sense of, I don't worry about how much of that costs to worrying about how much this cost. These aren't necessary systems, they're systems for people who really enjoy the game. So here, essentially we have 598 ranks. If I potentially wanted to do 1 second, actually more than that, we have a shit ton. Because this is going to get transferred over to a time source. How do we want the time source to work? How many ranks do we have on a time source of this? If we start at 10 seconds, what do we do? What do we do? You could do 0.3 seconds per one, and then that brings you down to your 0.3 seconds. I mean, at 0.03 seconds. That's the thing right there. Is it 0.3 or 3? I forgot what the fuck attack speed cap was. Oh, why don't I just, like, I don't know why I'm running the game. I can literally just run a calculator and do 60 divided by fucking... I'm so stupid. Wait, what was the math for that? I don't know why that just didn't instantly come to me. I hate that. Plus that. Thanks. Divided by 60. I thought so. Okay. Okay, so it's 2 divided by 60. Yeah, 0.033. And then repeating. Okay. So we have a 0.03 cap. So we have a soul tick cap of 0.03. So, how many ranks does that provide us? I guess we can put that in here too. Well, I guess that kind of like, that gives you the idea there. Let's just make it more transparent for me. 10 ranks. Cost ranks. We'll call it 10. There we go. And then actually this is gonna make more sense putting this into here. And take that out. I guess just for prosperity's sakes, or transparency's sakes. There we go. Okay. Would a percentage just make the most sense? Then we do 100 ranks and 1% until achieved 0.03. No. Well, theoretically, yeah. The last rank would give us 0.03 instead of 0.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So 100 ranks? Kind of like that. That seems reasonable. And we'll, because this one does require a different one. Scale rate, and then we'll put here 1%. You can, honestly, I'm going to just make sure it's okay with it. How do we make it okay with it? How do we make it? I want to be able to run this and just be okay with the fact that I'm putting 1% in there. If I do this, I think it's gonna throw me an error and be like, you cannot find what 1% is. Yeah. We just take that out, right? And we put a 0 here. As you can tell, already. Is that a way to significantly? I think that's a way for my brain to tell me 1%. I think that's a way for my brain to tell me 1% and the... Exactly, yeah, it equals 1. I just wanted to double check like that was correct there. Okay, and then the system will be okay with this, right? You will, yeah, you just run it because it's fine. That's just an equation. Okay, cool. So now I know it's 1%. Yeah, I could have just used a notepad, but this is where we're at. Alright. I want to show y'all without... Oops, I just kicked my wall, unfortunately. I feel bad for my neighbors. Yeah, I want to be able to show y'all without blinding y'all with a flashbang of notepad, so... And also not have to re-edit code every time or something like that, because I want to test. So I'm going to do the best I can there. Okay, so we got that figured out in that regard. So with the 100 ranks, if we just say did 100, right? That's still okay. So it'd be 20,000 on a total cost. If we did 100, well, that kind of seems reasonable. Then you got to start going into the other end of things too with this and getting this number up. Kind of seems reasonable. Even if we just did 10, 10, 10, like say get them all, like get 100 for the XP and for player and enemy, and then make it another 10 to be like about 10, 20, 30, 40 to have like a sustainable amount to make speed leveling obtainable for you. 40,000. And then 30,000 reasonably to make endurance running, like you just wanting to get the high level content possible. with crit cap being 10,000. Dodge cap being 9,000. In relation to that concept, that would be 19,000. And then you would have a 2 times multiplier for your damage. It would take another 1,000 levels to see it 3 times. So theoretically 18,000 or 20,000. And then it would be 30,000 and 40. And then that helps to negate a bit on the level scaling. Slowdown point currently is at level 200. Like heavy slowdown. So you need like 200 for a run. It allows them 2 points per run for investing then. And then gradually increasing that amount. Should take. I think it actually sounds good. I think 40k sounds good. For a reasonable, like, you really don't need to go past that. It's just not necessary. You can, it's just not necessary. We can give it a test. I'll go with that. This will just be one. Endless cap on that. I actually think they have an infinite, don't they? They have an infinite? Infinity, yeah. Legit. Actually, that works. scale rate, dumbass. I'm going to get myself ready for a break. My brain just kind of shut off. We have what we're doing, so when we come back, I'm going to finish this out here, and then I'm going to start to implement all of that over into all of these things here and such like that, or into this and everything. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. So, to go over the things that I actually did over the 4 days that I wasn't streaming, we have remade the first map. It is 20,000 height by 40,000 width. Now, this will give a very little bit of a dynamic advantage to the player and also enemy. If you were moving on a, what's it called, diagonal axis, you are going to be able to have faster movement speed than what your movement speed is, because I'm going to not correct that when you're doing that. If you have a room shaped like this where one side is bigger than the other, and you don't adjust your code accordingly, you will have that, which I do want the player to be able to have, and also enemies and such. I don't know if enemies get it. I know player does. I don't know if the code works to give enemies it too. Actually, might be wrong on that. Yeah, no, I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong on that. But player does gain it. Especially when you use like their built-in tools like I did, which the reason why I used is like I really like the basic movement tools that they use for the move and collision for visual. I've actually learned this directly from their tutorials themselves. That's where I ripped this from. This is all it is here, is just these two things. They have a really, really nice move and collide system that I was trying to figure out with like NPCs itself, because I found it fairly efficient, to be fair. I didn't really like that it ran every step, but I felt like it did a really good job. I don't know how efficient it would be once you threw like a bunch of them on there having it, but it just, if you're only going to have like a few things or something like that, it just works really, really, really well, especially for the player. And all this does is it takes your input here, which matches up to all of these here, your keyboard input, and it does minus that to, you know, actually figure out which one it is and everything, in the way of when you're colliding, it's going to be taking the other value to minus that to stop you from going in that direction anymore. And then that's multiplied by your player speed. So, yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. Because these are essentially all like ones and zeros is what these are, and then these add up to that. Because if you wouldn't understand that, because this does say keyboard check, and that should just come up as like a true false thing, and that'll be read as a 0 and a 1, so you can do 1 minus 0 and stuff like that, and then that allows for this. It's at least how I'm assuming it works as a whole. I wouldn't say I'm 100% on that, because I haven't made a custom system that actually would use just a purely like their system, which is this move and collide. So that's kind of what I'm going off of with it when I actually read it. How you doing, Nip? But yeah, those are the changes we've made so far. Now that we're done me getting off topic and such. But yeah, we added in one more row of beds Actually more than that. We doubled the beds in the way of the back row, and then after that I added in a whole another row on top of it. So we added 3 times the amount of beds. I kept the storage room the same, but I just made it a bigger size. We'll be adjusting these open blocks you see everywhere. I'm going to be making custom ones that have doors on them and such. It's just, I made them a little bit bigger to give me an idea of where I want doors exactly and all that. But these are, everything's going to be enclosed when I'm actually done with it, and I still need to put torches on some of these and everything like that. I am thinking of maybe just drawing that too, and I could just have it as a line to undraw it and redraw it after every time, but I'm not too sure if I feel like doing that. I can give it maybe a random number, ooh, and just have it randomly of, oh, that's actually a good idea. I could set them up to when they pop up, it runs a random number generator and it regenerates where the doors appear and all of that. Actually like that. We're gonna do that. So we added as well, before we only had 1 of these, we added 3 more because we added 3 times the amount of beds. In order to keep things the same. And down in the officers' quarters, we just added 1 more block because there's a lot of objects in just this one here. The officers' living quarters alone is right now 1,758 blocks or destroyable objects. So yeah, that's our big layer right there. That's our big one right there. So we added in 1 more of these in order to actually match up with these. I believe that was correct, or I just needed 1. I don't know. Either way, I liked it with 2, so I left 2 in. And that's where the new map is at. We've left some nice open areas. The player now will actually spawn in this area over here. I can't remember the exact coordinates of it, but it is within this area here. And the main thing is I wanted to open areas for, you know, actual mobs to be able to spawn, because that is, you know, important for density and all that. But also have a fair bit of destroyable objects. We now have 3,300 destroyable objects, and the way I will have the objects in their respawning is where you won't have any objects on the map at some point, and there'll be only room for more mobs to spawn. So sometimes you won't have the enrage phases because all the objects will be destroyed and all of that. And also we'll be creating a targeting system for the player to toggle between the independent party members that they have, including themselves, on whether they want to target objects or target enemies. So we got a lot of work we're going to be putting into this, but I'm finally very happy with where I have the first mission. It's just refining out the mechanics of it to make it more engaging. But yeah, that was the main thing that I've worked on. This is what we're working on here currently. I actually did not get the things pulled up that I changed code on. Oh, we also did one massive change in the game. I made it so when the player dies, anything that was throwing me errors because the player wasn't existing, now gets deleted when you die as the player, and then it'll automatically pause the game and bring up a pause menu, which I will eventually have with like a breakdown of all the stats and everything from the run. The reason why I did that is 2 different reasons: to create the overview screen and also to free up thousands of if statements of checking to see if or at least thousands occurring. It was only, I want to say, probably about 10 to 15 if, you know, player exist statements, but because if instance exist is one of the higher processes, like instance, anything to do with instance is generally a higher processing thing, so if you can get rid of that, it's always good to do so. And this helped freed up a lot. As well, I went through the abilities or I went into the abilities, because this was a very high performance thing, was this alarm retracking, because I have 1800 rounds a minute being shot out. So what we did was we increased it to a 60 seconds now. So it's, or not 60 seconds, but once every second for the actual check itself to redo this alarm to rehome. So our performance is massively better on all of that end. Insanely better. As well, we changed around the enemy detection as a whole, essentially. So what we have done with that is, as you can see, this is significantly less on the alarms. The alarm for attacking no longer ever gets ran unless they're actually colliding with the player itself, and then it checks to see if that alarm is equal to 0, and if it is, it runs the alarm. And in the alarm, we don't have any place checking or anything like that, because we already know interaction happens, so the player is going to take the damage. So we have the lines for all of that ran, and we turned all of these into scripts because the player dies, so I don't really mind calling a script at that point. And then we have all of our destroys. So it runs much more efficiently. It only runs when it needs to, and we have our alarms set for what we want the cooldown to be. I got rid of all the attack speeds on things. I just left it at a default attack speed. And this made things much more efficient on that end. A lot of code wasn't running when it is now not running when it doesn't need to, which is absolutely beautiful. And also, we have a few different things that we changed over here. So we added in a point distance check for all of our objects, including the enemies themselves. And we have them check to see if they are more than a set distance. Right now I have it set at 2200 pixels, but I may be increasing that over time. I'm not 100%. Or 2200 places, I guess, on the map or something like that will go by. Pixels, yeah. Sorry. And over in the what's it called? Because they won't be doing anything if the player is, if they are greater than. So what we have them do instead is that we have the object destroy phase, which is what I'll be getting into later, which is the whole system I was working on with the destruction and all that I was referring to earlier. But with not looking at that, where is it? Here we go. Where is this code? Did I not implement this in? Ah, here we go, here we go. So if, yeah, here it is. If they are greater than 2200, it rolls a random number between 0 and 999, so 1000 placements. And if it equals 1, what it'll actually do is, I have here a direction angle and a direction range. This is here to set the angle of where they're going to be at in relation to the player in a circular fashion, so we have 360 on both ends. And then this is just a distance as to which they'll be spawning from, which I set it to just be on the camera view. I figure that would make the most sense. I mean, they are ghosts, so it really doesn't matter, to be completely fair with you. But what that does afterwards is it feeds into a length duration, or length direction, for an X and a Y, which is a code letter. You can just implement a range and an angle, and it'll check, and it'll actually set to that area there. So you can have, you know, things walk to that area, or check to see if a place is free, if you want to have mobs spawn or anything like that, because I've used this before. in order to have mob spawning. If you want to have a nice circular spawning around the player at consistent times, like you would get with a lot of other games, this would be a system you would more use. And I have down here just checks for the player's X, Y, then adds those two together in order to come out with the X and the Y variable. It checks to see if that place is empty of all objects. If it is, then it immediately jumps to it and sets the point direction for the player and the speed of the NPC itself. And we also have that over here for when the enrage happens, but we increased it to 10 or less, so you have 11 different values that can be chosen for it, which drastically increases the rate at which it happens. But if this is enabled and their image scale is, at least on the x-axis, I only had to check one axis because that's all I need to do, is less than what the cap allowance that I have it set at, which is 3 times, is achieved, it'll roll a random number generator between 1 and 100 and have the enemy go to the nearest actual collision. Which would be like anything like the bunk beds, tables, walls that are destroyable, any of the destroyable objects, that becomes their focus there. And only if their, what's it called? Only if their image scale is at 3 will it run the other code to port them over. And this is what we have during the enrage phase. So that's where we're kind of at right now. I believe that was all the things that I did. Oh yeah, no, one more thing. I gave everybody a ranged ability. And what we're going to be doing, because we do have we have mess halls here, we're going to have them actually randomly generating random bits of food to throw at you. So instead of the projectiles that you see on the you usually see on the last NPC, the skull one, all of them have that right now, but they're just going to be changed into a randomly generated food item every time. Essentially, that's just what you would, it's the exact same thing I used for their codes. So what I did was, as well, to help clear up space, I have it check for a point distance, and if it's within a certain distance, I got to adjust that from 25 to 2200, because that's more appropriate to my current testing. Regardless, though, it checks for that, and if it is, then it'll actually cast the spell, quote-unquote cast, which is just creating an instance itself of the projectiles. And I made another little tab for projectiles, or 2 tabs for mobs and projectiles, so I can keep things separate and just have generalized better organization. I believe that was everything that I did over the break, quote unquote. The break from commentary. Yeah, that was everything we did there. So those were all the things that we did. Got a good amount done. Oh. Okay. So, now that I went over that, let's go ahead and clean up all these tabs here, and we're gonna jump back into my system that I was working on here. I guess I should show you a demo, kind of what it looks like. Let me open up these tabs, or close down these tabs. I'll show you all the demo real quick, and of where I'm at right now, at least. And we can go from there. I gave myself 5 damage. We'll show you at an extreme end of things. No crit chance, just a lot of health, dodge. Okay. The main part where I'm trying to refine on is the consistent feeling of mobs being poured on top of you, even though mobs aren't doing anything at a certain time. And that's including, I'm not too sure if I want to do it with power creep or not, or like if you want to stand still, it's your own problem. I kind of lean towards that, to be honest with you. Because like, even though, yes, I'm the guy who's sat in a corner for 100 hours, I only do that because the game allowed me to do that, and like, Warframe's a grind-based game. I'm sorry, to put more effort in than you need to, I really don't find to be logical. So like, if you can do something and save yourself efficiency and all of that, like, that becomes the best method for the game. But yeah, so essentially what this does is we have a next enrage timer here that you can see ticking down every second. Once that ticks down to 0, it'll switch over to the enrage. And at the same time too, enemies will stop spawning in. This is mainly due to performance reasons. A bunch of mobs increasing their image scale is not the best for performance. So in order to prevent performance issues from happening, I do stop mob scaling from happening at that time, but I do allow mob scaling during the, when you're waiting for the next enrage phase. I've been refining out, there's been a cooldown timer that I have added to, I forgot about this. There's a cooldown timer that I have added to the mob spawning itself, to where if it does hit the cap of whatever it is, it'll actually stop spawning them for a minute right now. But I am looking at refining that around to probably around 30 seconds. But what this does is it just allows time for things to occur in the game and everything like that. And because the player has control over the mob density and stuff like that a lot more, I feel like that's a more logical thing to do. Now, right now, as you can see, the first one, we didn't get too many mobs, about 45. We're going up. That's the cooldown thing that I'm talking about. I'm refining that out so we can max out mob count to also having good performance. So now, as you can see, we have a bunch of mobs growing in size with the enrage. And if you look over at our player here, right in this location here, you can see all of the larger mobs actually porting themselves there once they hit the size. So that's our overall concept that we're going for. We're just trying to refine it out and make it a very smooth and seamless transition between everything. Yeah, very, very efficient on performance and all of that. Is really, really great. I'm extremely pleased with it. There's just a few things that I have to work out, and that's really all there is. It's really not bad at all. There isn't much that has to be done at the end of the day. Right now, one thing I do want to work on is once enemies, like, say you got like these guys here, they're all moving, right? One of these guys is gonna collide here. Like, to see how they all collided. I want them, when they collide, to just jump right to the nearest object, or whatever that object was that they were going to be ideally going for. Or I might just have them not even do the running towards and just jump right to the objects themselves. I'm going to see if that might be more efficient and everything, because otherwise I do have to just jump through a mess and everything, and I would rather get the mobs cleaned up as much as possible and get as much of the room cleaned up as possible, so that when the enrage phase ends and there's not objects up, what they're going to do then is have more space to have more mobs spawned. And I'm trying as well to maximize out the amount of mobs, the larger mobs that are going to be ported there, so there's less of those on the map, making more room for more mobs, so that we'll probably set up something with maybe some type of enrage when there's no objects up, if we can figure that out as well. But yeah. We're slowly figuring it all out, making a nice, seamless, and just workable experience. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. It's been as much mind frying as you do think. As you can tell, it took me 24 minutes to just explain to you what was going on. I get a good amount done though in those days where I don't have to do commentary. As I was explaining to Nip off and on a support stream, it's just giving commentary kind of interrupts my train of thought. Because I generally don't... My overall train of thought is very sporadic, and it's a lot of just incomplete statements and incoherent, like, incoherentness, and then I suddenly come to it. So what I have to do is take those incoherent thoughts and everything, and I have to turn them into something that actually can make sense, not just for somebody that codes, but for somebody that may be learning coding at the same time, be, you know, a little bit, like, not has a tiny bit of knowledge, maybe took a class or so, but just is interested in what's going on, and can still somewhat then follow along. So that's why for me of a commentary and all that takes a lot of takes a lot off of my general mind of like thinking and all that. It's because I'm definitely not just like freely stating whatever the hell I'm thinking. You know, everybody would be so confused. So confused. I mean, I guess I could always just do that, and then by the end of, and then at the end of it, you could see it, and then I can describe it. Maybe, I don't know. That would be so incoherent, though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe being a mad scientist might be a good idea. That's about what that would sum down to. Oh man. Anyways. So one thing I wanted to do right now is we're gonna go ahead and check on the objects. And there's that. What about walls? I really should just put a whole, I really should just make a whole destroyable tab with just different subsections. Let's do that right now. We'll do single beds. Bunk beds. At some point you get so many assets that you just have to make other subgroups and stuff like that. It's generally how I work, is once I hit to a point where I'm like, okay, I gotta make more subgroups, then I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, if I can see it, I guess, coming up ahead, be like, okay, well, I'm going to need this, this, and that. You know, if I can really foresee it, then I will. But I won't overstress myself trying to think about every subsection that I'm going to need to make and all of that. I don't bother with all that noise. It's as it happens is how it happens. And I think that's a good way to go about it. What we got here? We'll say chairs next. And then we'll do table chairs. I can't spell chairs. I think that was it, right? We have table chairs. I could have organized these as I was doing this too, which would have also made it easier on me figuring out if I was missing anything. But I do believe I got everything. There we go. Look how much cleaner that's looking now. There we go. We just have object one stuff there, and then we'll make one more, and we'll call this walls. We'll put walls here like that, and then we have we'll rename this to background walls, we'll call this, because these are non-destroyable walls. So we'll just kind of give that a good indicator that these are walls for the background and not for objects, because object walls will kind of, with everything else, kind of immediately tell me. I mean, I guess we could, since these were objects before that weren't destroyable. So we'll just call this destroyable objects. Was this you? This was you. Okay, so we'll take this one here and we can move this down here. Okay, and that organizes everything well. If we want, we can take the parents and move them up to the top now. And then this way, we have parent on top, children underneath, and that's just an OCD. Okay, and that's looking good. That looks a lot better now. Okay, so we got parent table, single bed, bunk bed, table, chairs, and chair. And now we need this. Okay. So one thing I wanted to do is we're going to turn off these alarms here. Just like that. And this way we're going to have set control to having everything reappear. We want it to reappear. I could do better testing this way. I need to see if an error shoots right now if there's no objects. That's a very important thing. I need to see if mobs are pathing where they shouldn't be pathing, if there's nothing there, but they're trying to say there's something there because I don't actually delete the objects. I change the sprite image, which then frees up the allocation of resources that are needed for another mob to spawn and other things like that, but it never actually takes them off. It never takes them off the screen or anything like that, because then if I want to put them back on, the recreation of them is going to be even worse. I could have them jump off map is another thing that I can have done, but that's kind of a last resort for me, because then I'm just gonna like it's a movement which then costs steps. So yeah, we're trying to figure all that out right now, and that was the main thing that I wanted to do here was this. I wanted to have all this done before I got to stream today, because a lot of today is just going to be staring at a screen doing nothing. And I don't know how good of commentary and everything is going to be, but like this is where I'm at with coding, and I don't really like to just jump to another project. I work on something until it's done. I'm very, very focused. Like, unless I have to break off from it for some particular reason, you know, that's a different story, but yeah. Also, let's experiment a little bit here with the spawn system, because like I talked about earlier, let me close up this. I wanted to fix this. Close that out too, and we'll just leave this open like this and gather what we need when we need it. No, I didn't want to do that. I mean, did you actually make room for me? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll take it. Screw it. Alright. So we wanted to come over here. Oh, I still have that open here. I'm dumb. And we're going to come down here, and instead of 3,600, we're going to divide that in half and make that 1,800? No. Is that 18? Yeah, I think that's 18. 18 times 2 is 36. Correct. I'm not stupid. Yay. I can do basic multiplication and division. Congratulations, Baker. Thank you. So we're going to set it down to a 30-second cooldown instead of a 60-second. And the reason why I don't create time sources is like I just feel like if I have to create something, we're taking up steps. So that's why we just everything, even if it's an absurd number, even if it's like 10 minutes, which is like 36,000, I'll opt in for using steps. I'll opt in any time to use steps because I don't have to create a time source. You're not taking up my memory. Just so you can have a fancy little counter. We need mobs, damn it. We need them all. But yeah, we'll figure out the timing that we need and all that, and we'll kind of just... I think I clicked that. I need to put a visual notification to let me know if I've clicked stuff like that. I don't know why I haven't put that in there. That's how set I am on doing things, that even if I need to go back and do something else, that would just be a quality of life currently, but I know I need to go back and do it after, I'll probably still ignore it. And I'll just deal with whatever the consequences are there. Which is me sometimes clicking it and I actually didn't click it. Or thinking I clicked it, but I actually didn't click it. Yeah. Mob counter should go higher this time, because there is a lot of places free, but with a minute cooldown, I mean, there's not much it can do when it only has 2 minutes to spawn mobs. You know what I mean? Because the thing that's going to be limiting the FPS currently would be the collision down there on the player, because I have a very unrealistic situation going on, and that's where the player has, God. Let me put some commas in there, hold on. Let me put some commas in this file. 100 million health. 100 million health and only does 5 damage. That's why I said completely unrealistic situation. Something you would never really see happen unless someone was just memeing. You know what I mean? You have 100 million health, but yet you only want 5 damage? What are you planning for? As you can see, we're at 8,100 mobs now. It was just our timer there was the issue. And we still have good stable FPS. It's actually over 100 on the CPU steps, so that's really good. Over 9,000 mobs now. Boom, boom, and now they're not going to spawn anymore. Stuck at 9,800, beautiful amount. Now everything will come in nice and smooth. Looking good. Looking good. We gotta keep going until there's no objects left in the room. Oh, I probably actually hear... This is a good test here. I want to see after. We're gonna wait for this enrage phase to end. Once that enrage 4 is over, we're gonna go ahead and see if more mobs do spawn, which they should. We should. We should. We got a lot of open space right now. A lot of open space. Though at the same time, that FPS is looking like it's right at its limit. That's right at its limit. That's gotta be. I'd be amazed to see more. That's just because of unrealistic collision going on right now. I mean, there isn't even any places. Oh, there is. There's a few mobs spawned. They found some places free. As you can see, we got beautiful collision going on everywhere. We got mobs doing what they need to be doing. We just need to adjust some things. One thing that's going to free up a lot of performance for us is getting these mobs to unstick from each other when they're colliding with each other. Right now, we just have a lot of checks going on and reading 0. That's what we have going on, is a lot of checks for that. Okay. Yeah, we didn't get any more mobs. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad it's not spawning more. That's exactly what I would want. Good. There we go. That's good. So let's give this a realistic amount of damage for our situation. We'll give this just 5,000. I think for right now will be decent to test. Actually, let's do 50,000. And then let's go with 50 right now and see what happens. Might be long enough for the objects to all be destroyed. Because it's going to be our main thing we check for right now. Is do any errors shoot when that happens? And I do 2 minutes because it gives enough time for mobs to spawn. And I'm impatient. Otherwise, ideally, I'd be doing 5 minutes is what I want to do. 5 minutes for you to hit the enrage phase, and then 3 minutes for how long the enrage phase lasts. At the same time, I might be decreasing that even more, though. Seeing how aggressive it can be and how quickly the objects delete, we may adjust that around, or I'll just end up adjusting how quickly the other timer is set to have everything respawn. Probably be testing to see how fast I can get them to respawn faster. Because I want this to be the main friction point for the player in the game. I don't want it to just be like a mindless killing field. But at the same time, I do want it to be a mindless killing field. You know what I mean? It's just, you have a stipulation, and you can have mobs buffed if you're too lazy. That's the main thing. Being lazy doesn't make you fail, it just makes you have to have more power creep. You know, or to build accordingly to plan for it. Which may mean, like, having to reduce the amount of damage you output in order to look more at a damage per second perspective instead of damage per hit perspective. And building more for survivability. Because the way I'm gonna be having everything set up, I guess ideally, is so that if the player wants, they can destroy every object in the room at base movement speed if they take the due diligence to go around the room. And essentially the way I'm figuratively figuring that out, I haven't actually done anything to really do that, would be just going from point A to point B in the room and multiplying that times 20. It's a nice easy way to look about it. And that gives, like, any player more than enough time to do it. So you go from one side, you go from the longest side, and you go all the way across, and then you multiply that. you could say by 20 to be fair. If you want to be rough on the player, multiply it by about 3. Because you're also not accounting, like if you're just doing from here to here, you're not accounting for here to here or here to here and all of that type of stuff. You're not accounting for the whole map, for the corners over here. So you want to definitely multiply that up. And generally a good way to look at that would be each point on the map. You have essentially 6 points, we'll say, on a map. You have, or not 6, you have 3 points on each of your individual sides. And then you can multiply that times how many sides you have, which obviously 4, so you get 12. And that can give you a realistic, like, kind of tight feeling timer, but also one that can still be remotely achievable. You still, of course, have to put it into full practice to see if it works well with the other mechanics that play into your game and everything. And the reason why I say to 20 is because we haven't even accounted for mobs. You know? And I still think even 20 might be a bit of a but I think if the player really focuses on it, I feel like it would be definitely doable. So I feel like for me with the map size, if I remember correctly, it's about 1 minute 40 seconds to go across at camera movement speed, which roughly like once every 20-ish minutes probably be ideal, somewhere around there. 20-30 minutes. For having all the objects respawn at least. But at the same time, I have to account for the mobs destroying the objects themselves from aggroing on to the player and how all of that works into it. So like that reduces my 20 down even more. So we may go closer to around like 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I'm testing off of not moving, but that's because I can already have an idea of what I already know the kill rate of how fast a player can kill an object. I can see them hitting an object, and then I know movement speed because I've played the game for hundreds of hours, so that's why I don't actually get like my boots on the ground, if you will, and play the game to really figure out a true set timer. Because as well, if you're just like going through power creep, you're going to destroy the objects really fast. But as power creep withers away, then you're going to have a bit more of a problem trying to do that. And I want to make sure that the player feels that difficulty happening. When their power creep starts to run out, they're also going to start losing the battle of trying to keep the objects destroyed and all of that. Right now we have an immense amount of mobs just doing nothing but contacting each other. And we have one side of the map completely empty. So this is where we have one problem currently laying for the enrage. Is, as you can see, we are out of pretty much most objects. And this is why I'm thinking I want to have mobs kind of jump to the objects if they're further away than the camera distance, which is essentially the radius that we set, or the point distance that we do set is a little bit shorter or a little bit longer than the actual camera distance, just so it gives an illusion to the player that they are actually fighting things if they're actively moving or anything like that, and things are always actively coming into screen and all of that type of stuff. Because I feel like doing so would probably clean up the map a lot faster, and anything within camera distance is usually going to end up getting destroyed anyways by the player's abilities. So right now we have a very large mob density, but we can't do much. Our FPS is looking decent, actually. That's not too terrible. Like I said, I'm trying to debate whether I want a reduction to happen or not for the player's overall efficiency. Oh, we got mobs spawning in. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Look at them spawning in. They are just getting picked off, to be fair, but why is that guy moving? What did he spawn and move? That was interesting. Someone else just spawned and moved there too. I need to check that out. No one should be doing that. Nobody should be doing that far away. It looks like it's just one NPC that's doing it. And it's not all the time. Oh no, it's not one, it's all of them. That's a different one. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why. Wonder why. Is anyone else just randomly moving? Or is this like just a certain sector of the map? If so, why? I don't see anyone else. It's very, very random. Extremely random. Okay, he's moving towards an object. He's moved. Moves towards a wall. Are we enraged? Oh, we're enraged. Okay. Okay, are they moving towards things that don't exist now? Anybody? And they look like they're moving towards things that exist, but at the same... If I path the movement up... I feel like that's false. Usually be a table right there. This little white dot that moved here, there would usually be a table right there. My knowledge, right? And there would usually be a table there. Hold on. It's loading the map. Big map, it's gonna take a minute to load. Even just the view of it on the engine. Big map, a lot of objects. It's like, oh god. Okay. Yes. There's usually a table right there. I don't like that. Ah. Is that why everybody is getting into such remote piles like that? I guess the good way to know that... Oh god, I didn't make my movement speed fast enough. We are not doing that. I'm gonna add 60 movement speed. And... like I said, today's just gonna be a lot of me loading up the game over and over. I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here though, and we're gonna just kind of leave this testing while I take my break, and I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Yeah, this is what today is. It's not always about making glorious lines of code and everything. Sometimes it's just about staring at something for just forever. Just forever. Frying your brain. It's wonderful. Anyways, I do want to thank you all for coming around, and for those of you that do stay around, cannot thank you enough. For those of you that won't be here when we come back from the break, I do want to thank you, like I said, for coming around and giving support to the game. But do remember, we only run ads during my breaks and when I run support streams, so your lurking during that does keep the stream ad-free for mid-rolls while I am here. Cannot thank you enough, and we'll see you all when I come back. Let's go. So, where we left off, those mobs are still sticking. We needed to figure out why. So let's try maybe taking this out. Maybe that is causing an issue? I don't know. That could be causing an issue. Come on. Come on. I don't see anybody getting stuck on top of things. Did I do it? Oh, he went through it. I saw a guy go through it. Oh, he just... he went through. He went, like, through it like that. Why? Is my radius too big? I didn't think it would be too big. To be fair, the thing did destroy as soon as you moved there. So maybe it detected the move that it was, like, not there because it was literally getting destroyed in the moment. No, it just did it again. It just did it again. That's what they're doing now. Is that what you're doing? That's exactly what you're doing in the top. Why? Ah, no. Okay, what can we do? We know the minus direction, we know the minus directional movement is not, it does not work in corners, so we can't use that. We could possibly reverse our speed, or like reverse our direction, which isn't that, that's the same thing as minus direction. Oh. Why, the question is why is it detecting that as the free place? Because that's plus plus. That is over on this side. And why is it detecting it as free? When it's not free, there's an object right there. That's what I'm wondering. I wonder... Let's increase the health of these things. This way I can get a better idea. What's going on? Okay, boom, boom. Where you go? And then you go there. So you went here, and then you went there, and then there? And what about you? Same thing. That's what they're doing. Why are they detecting way over here? The objects are over 100 pixels wide and such. And yes, it is literally, they're small little segments. If you're wondering, like, Baker, what did you go through to get all those placed down? Are they just big segments? No, they're not. No, they are not. They are not small. They are not large segments. I sat here for a very long time. There is 1,362 objects on the map that I plan to be destroyable and respawn. And so far we are working with a grand majority of them. Because if you're wondering how big are these little things, that's how big they are. And so, and a lot of them, they're all overlapping to a degree so that the bricks don't look too awkward. They'll have little things in it, like I put in little tiny bricks like this and stuff like that, but I did that on purpose, to be fair with you. But yeah, as you can see, like I perfectly, because you can, this is how it cuts off. It was a lot of work. So, if you're wondering how all of this got done, well, that's how it got done. Yeah. A lot of copy pasta and relining up and copy pasta more of that, and then like you have a chain eventually that's like 12 long, and then you can use that to like imprint in other places, and it's like the initial setup takes a long time, but once you get like your, it's like everything else I do with coding. The initial setup will take me a little bit of time, but because the reason why mine takes a while is my setup is set into a direction that allows me to become more efficient the closer I get to being done. Like it allows like peak efficiency at like 20 to like 30% being done. Where it's like everything is just being like copy pasted in and everything. But anyways, this what doesn't make sense to me is we got 122 by 177 on these blocks here. And that's pretty much the same for everything. So I don't know why an interaction with them and a 20 is throwing them what appears to be like 150 pixels. When it's reading the X previous and Y previous, which is going to be further back even, so like mob is colliding like this. This should be X previous, Y previous. And then it should read off of that. being clear. 'Cause that's the goal, is it interacts, just it detects back one, looks around here, and then does that, and then that's it. Maybe we use a different free. That's what I'm thinking we have to do. Maybe? I don't know. No, there's only one thing you can do in this situation, and that's just mess around with things. Try different things out, you know, because if, yeah, at least you can know you can check that off of the list of things that won't work. And eventually, through doing that, you will find the thing that does work. This system in its entirety, me creating a custom AI set that doesn't use any other like motion planning or anything like that, just uses simple, like, the interactions that I set up to happen. This has been 6 months of trial and error, and it's like making other systems and just like being like, okay, well, I'm happy where this is at right now using these fundamental tools. I'm happy with that. So now how about, you know, like I go work on something else, and then as you keep working on things, you're able to then maybe use those systems to come back. Like we're using the X and Y of like the spawn system to help you, son of a bitch. To detect like the X and Y and stuff like that. Why does it keep wanting to do that? My brain is just like melting at the seams from this. Wait a second, I'm gonna get some water in it. Okay. Maybe a switch would be wiser here. A switch with a bounding box case? Maybe? Can we do that? And then depending on bounding box, we can say plus minus and stuff like that to indicate the generalized direction we want it to move. It won't be perfect, but... I still wonder why this... It doesn't fix the fundamental reason as to why, though. Doesn't fix the fundamental reason as to why. XY should be plenty fine. Let's just try X. Y. we know this works the exact same and all that, so we're not going to be worried about making that place because there was no difference in interaction. My head is exploding. It's exactly the same. What is the X in your mind, bro? What is the X in your mind? Even if it's your top left, let's say, in theory, which it isn't, it should be your center. There's just there's... What if we did you first, then, huh? What if we did you first? You didn't change this, Baker. Baker, you didn't change that, so you're making it run the same code over again. Baker, you realize what you just did, right? Did you fix your problem? Because you did that earlier and you didn't fix it. Yeah, let's say. Ah, uh-huh, uh-huh, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh that's right, oh that's fixed. Oh, that is so beautifully fixed. Oh my, oh, they're going through walls, God. Oh, snarkies. On the top, they're going through walls. What are they doing here? Why now from the bottom is there an issue? We're gonna need a bounding box detection. How? Okay, we fixed one. We fixed one. The other still doesn't work. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Maybe this is part of the problem. Maybe we have to let this be like a full second. I don't know. I am literally just grasping for straws right now. Oh God, it's doing it in the opposite direction now. Oh God. Oh no, it's doing the same thing in the opposite way. Oh. It's amazing. Oh. Oh, that was... Oh, that's so... Oh, that is so hot. Oh. Ah. Oh, that was amazing. That was... Replace meeting. Bounding box top. Right? Do we just... A moment. Wait a moment. I'll explain everything in a moment. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So we're setting up a switch with a default of the position meeting for X and Y. And then we have all of these here for different cases, but we're not going to have a default. We're just going to have cases because we've covered every case that we can, all bounding boxes. We got left, right, etc. of the sort. So we'll be fine on that end there. And on each one, then we can go ahead and tell it what to do in this regard here in the way of a plus minus. So say we'll start with the bottom here, and this way we can just move up a little easier. So we have here with the right side, so the right of the enemy. So the enemy is coming this way, and then this is our wall, and now they're colliding with it. So at least in theory, this is how this should work. We may have to reverse the values on everything, but it's going to be fine. I forget in position meeting, I believe it's position meeting of the object that's calling it, and it's checking for collision with this criteria. In the sense of the object calling, this is the criteria that it must meet when it collides with this. It must collide within these variables of its own instance. It won't matter how it's colliding with this in the way of its XY, but as long as these are happening. So what we can do here is we can do like a minus minus. And we could even actually have an else in here. Why not, right? And then we can just repeat the same thing in here. I'll fight you too. We have a simple if and else in here. We say else, and then we come down through here, and then it will allow it one other variety of options to do, essentially. So here, we can do minus, minus. We hit like this, we can actually just tell it X there, and then we keep the X, Y, actually. We keep the Y where it is, and we can just have it move back one place. If it collides like that, we can always have this as an option. So it's always just does that. And then it'll allow itself to like kind of just slowly, naturally move itself through picking up the code again. And then, other than that, we will give it a minus on X and minus, we can do a minus on Y. There is another option we can add in here if we wanted. We can add another else, and then we can do a plus Y also as a last resort if we wanted to. We'll see how this works, but that is another option. Okay, so we got left here, which this would be x plus. And then here we would have a x plus, and we can have a y plus, just for it. So on the, if they collide on this side here like that, they'll go upwards with it. On the other side, they'll be more prone to go downwards. Like I said, we can set up one more else and everything like that if we so need to, but we'll try and solve it for with as little as we can. Okay, so here we have the bottom. So the bottom is going to be bottom. So we definitely want minus because we're going to want it to go back up. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, minus. And then we can do x to just stay x. And then this one, we can have it go outwards like. Now here is top. So we want y plus here. I think we did that right over here on the bottom, right? X stays the same, y goes up, correct. Okay. And then this one, same thing. I recall I'm doing this correctly. We'll see. The system may just not work altogether and I may have to use ifs, but I'm hoping that I can use a switch case for this. It's always worth trying in my book. It's worth trying. This is plus. Then we can have you do plus as well. So it'll go this way. I'll have this one go this way. And then this one go this way. No? Case argument should be a I thought you would do that to me. I honestly thought you would do that to me. You know, I always try to use you, but it just never seems to line up to be right. Never seems to line up to be right. I was just hoping. Like I said earlier in the stream, from what I can gather in my research, it doesn't even seem that it's more efficient or anything like that. It just seems like it's a way to not have to use to really have to think about the order of things as much. Which is, I mean, like, honestly has its own merit and greatness to it. regardless, it always runs through until it finds what it's looking for and then has been also assigned a break, because otherwise it'll just keep running. I know some of these we cut, some of these we pasted, but that's the life that we currently live right now. And I know there would be a way for me to be able to set this up with some constants, but most of the time when I figure out how to do that, it already involves some type of if or something. So it's like I just seriously cannot be bothered at that point. If it's going to require an if, like, I might as well just mentally figure out the damn thing if it's not going to be faster on top of it. Is it a pain? Sure. Alright, I'll go with that. It's honestly, like, it's a pain trying to figure it out exactly how the engine wants things to be ran. And, like, how to make it stop at the appropriate times and everything. And all that. It is fine. I just hope this doesn't take too many steps to run. That's where, you know, that's where it can come into a different situation and we may want to run different code. That's when I pull back on that. I'm like, okay, let's figure this out really quick. That's what I thought was gonna happen, to be honest. Thought they were just gonna go right through it. Y'all just going. Y'all just cruising through it, huh? Yeah. No, I did position meeting, correct? Not place meeting. I did position meeting. Wasn't that the correct one? Or was it place meeting? It might have been place meeting, not position meeting. I don't know. Let me double check that out. Still have the... Still have that. Alright. This will work for precision collisions. Otherwise, only bounding boxes are applied. Okay, maybe I was using the wrong. Right? You can check. When you use this, you are checking a single point in the room for an instance or object. Check this will be done against the bounding box of the instance, or yeah, this is literally just the bounding box. So it's not running the code. Correct? Correct. We were correct. Place meeting. Place meeting. Get rid of it. Please go. Place meeting and one more. Let's see if that works. please. We're getting somewhere. Oh, hold up. I just saw... No, I'm confused. I saw some movement there. No, they're just going through on every angle. I saw one doing something weird. No, so this one doesn't want to work. Let's just scrap the whole thing then, outside of original code. We know you like this. We're just figuring out how to make this one to work appropriately. It's the same thing. Where X, where Y does not matter. It's not really a big deal on which one's there. It's not really going to make a big difference there. OCD does not like that though, at the end of the day, but it's fixed. Okay, so let's just take a look real quick here. Oh, what did I do? They are not interact at all now. We had place empty before. Let's grab place empty again. Even though we saw before it didn't make a difference. Actually, hold on. Maybe. No, it would be detecting in one way then. No, we're still not getting any detection. We're getting some detection. Okay. I don't know how you got an ad. I don't have the thing running. I don't have a single ad. I don't have the ads running at all. Then he just got an ad. I don't know what to say if the damn thing isn't running. I hate when that happens. I don't... Okay. Whatever. I'm just doing what I can. We did set that alarm timer to 60 as well. That shouldn't have anything to do with it though. I'm actually a little confused of why the code just broke like it did. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got some more working here. Okay, we got bottom working. Bottom working good. We got sides working okay. We got this guy stuck. I'm not really a fan of that. They actually seem to be working. They're almost working. When they collide with each other, they can go through the walls. That guy kind of just, he's stuck in a wall. Actually, we seem to be fixed. I don't know how. I don't really like it. Because I feel like maybe, I don't know. Maybe the jump to thing was really screwing it up, and then because I didn't change over the positioning correctly, after I took that out, we never actually got to see the result of it. I think that's what happened. So what it was doing then, it was detecting the XY center coordinates, and that's why it was detecting this place free. I think we did it. Okay. I'm pretty sure that is done there. We need to refine out now to make that work a little bit better because it's almost there. The enemy to enemy interaction needs to be tweaked a little bit here. And I have some ideas on how we may be able to mess with that. Let me see how this has affected mob density real quick before I proceed to continue. Oh. 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 No performance hit? No performance hit. Really? No performance hit. No performance. I just... Oh shit. That's crazy. Just created a collision system with no performance hit. That's fucking awesome. Oh, that's that's what feels good right there. Let's add some zeros here. Let's add some zeros. I want to see that actually. And no, we only have that mob set up for this code. Holy shit. That's insanity. 3,600 mobs still. Type in 1,000. Holy hell. ASMR voice? I mean, we do a pretty good job of it. How you doing, Wick? $37. Yeah, we got no performance hit at all. And we're zoomed out to high heaven. Like, we do not. This is not the POV. So that's beautiful. We created a collision system and had no performance hit. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Jesus, that is a beautiful thing right there. Okay. Let's see here. Next we need to go into this one here. This is where our bug was coming in currently. Our bug was being created because of this code that should be here. I am actually confused. So how do you know what you're doing there? Where did I put that into an alarm somewhere? Yeah, now I'm left a little confused. Because they're literally running the code, which is the move outside. It's the literal... No, there literally is no code in there. So how the hell are you knowing what to do then? So then... Yeah, no, that's a... That's a religious level of confusion. What are you still pulling? Didn't I just Did I delete that or no? I didn't delete it yet. Let's just delete it. Okay, so now we deleted it. No, we don't see it. Alright, you know. Now this should look completely different in interaction. If this somehow works the same, my mind's just going to melt a little. I mean, they'll still interact with the walls fine. Let me give the walls health. One, two. Why does it... Okay. Now when they interact with each other, now I can see them overlapping right there. Yeah, no, I just saw overlap. I see it. They're overlapping and it's causing... Okay, we got... Okay. So it is because I actually don't have the code in there anymore. So what we originally had in there, and you'll understand why I thought it was in there, was there was a move outside all, and then it would use this number here to move out. So I thought that was still running because that's what it looked like, but the reality is that they were stacking on top of each other and then causing a messed up movement collision, and they would just glide. That's what's going on. At least to what I am seeing, at least. Now we can try this. Say ner and 5. Yeah, see, they're not going through as often now. See, they're doing the push and shove. And they're lining up better. They're actually going back to what they're supposed to be doing there. A lot less consistent going through. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that was it. Okay, so we got that partially figured out there. We're gonna go ahead and take a break though. Do remember I only run ads when only run mid-roll ads when I take my breaks and during my support streams. So your lurking during that does help fund the game and keep these streams ad-free. And of course I do want to thank you all that do stay around and have stayed around, and we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Oh, my head not friendly. Anyways, sounds good, sci-fi. You take care, man. I hope you feel better. Okay, so where we left off is we had entered in just random values to make sure everything works. And we were able to see that it did work. I do want to change. These are actually, all this is going to become values. We don't need to do globals. Actually, no, yeah, we do. We have that sending a shit ton. We have that sending a lot. But what we don't need... Okay. So... Souls... That'd be a good name for this. Soul counter? Soul count? Counter? I'll just say soul counter, I think. I'll have that set to 100 as a base. Set it higher later and all that, but this, and into that, like that, and then I'm not gonna worry about that currently. Right now we just want to get the concept. Okay. One moment. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so all that looks good there. So how are we going to... What do we want the base to be? I guess we can make the base 50 on this. And then this one here, we'll just make them both a base of 50, I guess. Make sure we can do a base, so we can do 75. Okay, those will be good bases, so those are the numbers we were running before, and those felt decent enough. Do we make an alarm for the tick rate? Do we make a value for the tick rate that the player can adjust? No, we'll leave that defaulted at 1. Okay, so now let's try and figure out a cap. Let's see what that does. Because the number was getting really high, so I'm thinking a 99% cap actually will be completely feasible. And I am so congested today. That's just my head. Well, the fluid is flowing. Pretty much gives me an instant level every second. And sometimes 2. One moment. Oh, man. I'm a little bit better. It's a tiny bit. Not enough to count. I'm better though. 99 is looking decent as a cap. This seems to be pretty fast scaling, honestly. You have to also keep in mind my character level is about 100,000. So. Baker, he's just not dying. Yeah, he will. He's definitely in that position right now to just not be dying for a while. Let's see if we can make it faster and have it make sense, shall we? How you gonna do that, Baker? We're gonna switch from multiplication to division. So we'll start the base at 2, right? And then you can just scale it up from there. And what we'll be doing is do I want to do this? Theoretically, we could. But then how would I do it? Because the higher we go up, the lower the number is going to go. So how do we equate that to... I mean, multiplication is the easiest way to do it with percentages. But we see 9 isn't exactly there. Which means we need a lot more 9s, which I just kind of find unnecessary. But I guess we could. I mean, at the end of the day. I don't know. That doesn't seem reasonable, though. So... I don't want to set it to that. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe in the beginning it's gonna seem wild, but like later on it doesn't really do much. Oh, hold up here. Fucking 0.99. Let's just try some obscure ass number divided by 99. Let's just make an even 100. Why not? Divided by 100. Set that to that. No clue what that's gonna do. What's that gotta do, Baker? Who knows? Actually not bad. Actually not bad. I actually did a decent job on the scaling. Make it make sense. Huh. I thought it wasn't gonna make sense. I still am definitely only getting a level per second. That is just consistent there. But the enemy level is really what I'm interested in. I almost feel like I want to be able to let the player increase the tick rate. Was it 1 a second, 60 levels a minute? Actually, that might be good there. That might just do what we need there. We just double check that there. Is 3,600 an hour? Yeah, no, I think that's okay. I think that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna have to adjust around our enemy scaling for spawning as well to account for how much slower the enemies go, but we're also going to be causing a loop to happen, so unlike what you would see usually in the beginning of the stream where it just eventually becomes all skeletons, I'm actually going to start making it loop back around and such. It'll set new values and everything like that and set on and go off of those. Oh man. You ever just be in the middle of commentary and realize you're probably just not good for it today? Then you make the decision, you're just gonna be stubborn. And you're gonna make everybody just have to listen to your nasally ass voice all day? Or not? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is there's some mobs in here that haven't died since the very beginning. The slower guys in the back there that you see, those are early mobs. They just haven't died yet. Poor things. They're all early. All low level, just sitting there. Just trying their best. Getting bullied. Oh no. They're starting to get closer. I mean, they're making their way here. These poor things. Yeah, those are the only ones. It was just the initial two that always spawn. So there's just a bunch of them laying around. Okay. So this is 3,600 levels an hour. It pretty much becomes... I definitely would like the player to be able to increase tick rate. 3,600 an hour, though, isn't terrible. Same time, it is terrible. It can go so much faster. I mean, it's just so much faster. Maybe we do enemy level. Maybe we have fun with enemy level more than anything. Maybe we only allow them to scale the player experience, and we take out the enemy, and the enemy one becomes a default. Yeah. And as to what would we set it to, you may ask? Honestly? Oh, this is the wrong values here. You are setting the wrong ones there, Baker. Honestly, I just want to try those. It's a very simple thing. Yeah? Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, so we are going to give them the ability to do that. I got this. We are. Watch this. Do that, right? Now we just take this value here and we divide it by that. Let's see what happens. Yeah. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. And then the faster scaling on the levels help the soul level for the enemy level. The faster scaling of them helps along with my player level scaling too. Increasing one increases the other, at least at the rate at which it occurs. And then if we build a variable within it for the timer to allow it to go down to 30, so we can double the speed of it. We'll leave that as a cap for it. Give you double time fast scaling. Then of course you're going to need a faster number in order to keep that going at the rate it needs to. Well, I think we have it set to 50 still, don't we? Soul counter. Oh, it's 100. Okay, my levels have slowed down now. Okay, so let's set this down here to 50. We'll just set it down to 30 actually. 10, screw it. That thing is just on. Let's see what it looks like. That's some scaling. Enemy level is scaling at a nice rate. Player level is going at a decent rate as well. Okay. It's looking good. Okay. Give me a moment here. Let me do a save here. Let me reopen. Let's see, how are you looking, Game Maker? 3 gigs? Okay. Give me an hour. I hate to say it, I'm thinking about taking a break right now. I just can't breathe. I need to go clear my fucking everything out more. I really just cannot fucking breathe today. I don't feel sick. I don't feel sick. It's nothing like that. I don't know how long this is going to take too. So we're just going to go ahead and get ready for a break here. Oh, let me turn my music down. My personal music, I should say. There we go. So, let me see here. There's like a few things I wanted to do. I wanted to set up for the player to destroy a certain amount of objects, and if they did, then they could avoid the enrage phase. And then I also wanted to fix damage a little. I wanted to put all of these into alarms and shorten them up. What do I want to do first? Let's do the alarms. Let's do the alarms so we can figure out what we're going to do with everything else and see how that works. I think that's going to be our best bet. Start with the alarms. You know what? Let's just open up new workspaces all around. leave that open. Probably should just reload the engine after closing that in general. You may ask why. There's a bug on the engine with large maps. Actually, give me a second. Let me do that. The bug is it creates a memory leak. Stuck on those objects, hitting the objects, the more they will become buffed, and the stronger they'll be when they actually do encounter you. So that's the system we're working on right now. As you can see, there's literally like no performance hit at all with the spawning and deletion of things, and that's even on a 10-second respawn. I wasn't lying when I said there was a memory leak, by the way. You saw how much faster that loaded? That's because the game thing wasn't open. Like I said, they don't know why. It's been acknowledged, but they don't have a fix for it. They fixed a bunch of other problems I was having, but they haven't fixed that one yet. Granted, I didn't encounter that one until recently here when I increased the map size large enough. From what I can tell from research, it's anything over 30,000. Is the rough estimate, is the rough like point to where people hit issues. The game itself doesn't have issues when you render it and everything, but it, like in the engine itself, if you have it up, it just creates a memory leak in the engine itself and it starts to get slow and sluggish. Okay. So let me see, what do we need here? I want to see what we have, which ones are uniquely different, right? Well, we're gonna not worry about parent collision, that's fine. That's fine. What we can do with this, though, because I think we were getting mobs on a damn wall. Really annoying. Then we say if position meeting X, Y, parent collision equals true. Destroy. This way, if the center of their XY meets, which is why we do position meeting, it's the exact position of what we're looking for, because we could set it to bounding boxes and all of that within here. It'll destroy it, so we don't get anything stuck in the wall. What's in the air? What do you mean, what's in the air? Did I say something was in the air? Or you hit me with something there? Where are we going with this? I might have said it, I don't know. Like, I know what I said, but I don't know what I said. That makes sense. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Anyways, how many different unique things do we have here? Wrong memory leak? Oh, no. Okay. Essentially, if you have a map over 30,000 pixels open in GameMaker, like you have a tab for it, like you have a little room itself open here, it'll start causing a memory leak that even if you close the map itself, it still keeps like creating the memory leak until you completely close the engine and reopen it. They know about it, they're working on it. I couldn't even tell you what the hell's going on there. I have no clue. I can tell you what obviously is happening, but it's not going to help you whatsoever. Something is looping that shouldn't be when you have a map that's created over 30,000 pixels. And like, that's the most unhelpful answer you can ever have, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, nothing to do with the game itself now. Or with the game I'm creating. Yeah. Because like everything works fine in the game itself, and it won't have a memory leak. It's just in the engine something happens. Yeah, leaky loopy, yeah. Which, I mean, if I was to tell them that, they would say, no shit, Sherlock, what do you think a memory leak is? Most of the time, that's what a memory leak is, dumbass, is something is left running and collecting that shouldn't be. It's like, hi. Okay. So we're gonna look at this and see how many different systems we have. And then we're gonna figure out how many alarms we need to make, because we don't need this many alarms for all the different systems here. We just need to be able to send them to different alarms. So we're able to reduce that whole thing out a bit more. So we have an iRandom2 for... I'm going to write this down on a notepad. I'm not going to pull a notepad up for you guys because I don't want to blind you. But yeah, I just use regular notepad. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just so old school. I've used it forever. Okay, so we'll say distance greater than 2200 for this one. And we have a can I tab? Thank you. We have a iRandom 2 for, what are we doing? Are we moving? Okay. And this is for place for free ob1. And then we also have a... Okay, this is for interaction with it specifically. We can leave this code out. That's fine. Okay. Then this one doesn't matter. This one... We have a... Where do I put this count to make this easier on myself because I'm stupid? We'll put it down here. Count. Like that. And we have a count 2 for this now. This does the exact same thing. So we have a 2 count for that now. Oh wait, hold on. We're back here. Back here. Yeah, random 2. Okay, that's what I thought I saw before. Okay, so we have a 2 count for that. And this is... Is this greater? No, that's greater there. What about here? Oh, hold on. This is 2200 is greater. Okay, this is 2200 is greater. Whoopsie. Okay, so we got that one there. That one here as well. I think this one's a higher... this is okay. I know which one this was. Okay, and here's this one set to 50, but we'll try it. We'll try to make it easier on myself and just do a count 3 for that. So we'll say distance over 2200 for iRandom 2 place free object, or for place free. Check. And then I'll say a count 3 for myself, and the 3 count would be parentheses mission 1 Parent, destroy, collision, and parent. Parent enemy. In parentheses here. Oh, I guess what I could do is this too. Hold on. Watch this. We can always just do this. Boom. Oh, lordy. I know how to use the engine I play. Oh my lord, I feel like, you know, I feel like I have the brain damage that I have sometimes. I really do, I really feel it. I really wholeheartedly feel it. Okay, so we have that there. So now we have another one we're creating, which we will call... I don't think we have anything else for distance. Yeah, okay. Come back over here. We'll do distance over 2200 here. And then we have a iRandom 999. Is it 999 or 9999? Like how many nines are we talking here? Three. 3 nines. We need to get the alarms up for the movement too. Because I think we can shorten the code in there to just send it over to a different alarm. Those are spells, dumbass. I love how smart you are. Get rid of this. Get rid of it. Go back up here. Close this. Don't even look at it. Don't even look at it. Check like that. I wonder if I can just... Yeah, okay, that saves my life a little bit. So we don't have to worry about this for a closer, yeah, this one here. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So now we need to check for point distance over 2200 is what we're going to be looking for currently. And we're going to look for an iRandom 999, and we're going to kind of go off that. We'll start out with this here. We were back over here before. And... I'll be sure to specify individually the FPS real ones. Though we might be changing all of those over to that just to help with performance. I think it's like a simple check that we can run pretty much everywhere to help things just like literally always stay stable. Oh. Let me get a sip of a drink here. I lied. It was more than a sip. Sorry. Anyways. We have irandom 999. We're going to call this one specifically FPS check. Now we'll do count. Okay, so we have a count of 1 obviously here. Let's just look through the rest of it and see if we see an FPS reel. Even though I have looked through all this already, I'm always just going to recheck to make sure that I am doing this correctly. Okay, and we have an image scale for it as well here. Okay, so we'll say count 2. And we're gonna bracket and say it was, which 2 was it? Alarm 11 and parent enemy? Yeah, alarm 11 and parent enemy. So we're gonna word parent enemy first just to get it out the way like that. Oh, you didn't capitalize the others. Don't capitalize these. Parent enemy. And also it was alarm 11. Alarm 11. Parentheses though. Image, we'll call it image scale 3. Bracket. Okay. Was there anything else like miraculous, or do we just need 2 alarms? The hell was that? Anyways, whatever. It doesn't concern me. No, we have an irandom 2 as well we need to make. Oh, wait, no, we have the irandom 2, and then we have this. Is that it? Is it really? This here. Okay, we have another one. Object destroy. Enemy target object. And that's a irandom. And this one's over 2200. Right? Wait. We're looking at. Oh, okay. Who was I looking at when I was looking at this? You. Okay. Irandom 100. 100 object target and okay, we should be back now. I don't know, I had a little hiccup, sorry about that. I'll just cover it that way. Okay, I'm gonna guess 3 alarms then. We should really only have to make. So let's go ahead and just try that right now. Oh. But we're gonna go 10, 9, 8. Pop that up here. Wish I could just kind of... Can I grab multiple tabs? No, of course not. No, I have tried every combination of Control-Alt-Shift-Click that I... You cannot just select multiple tabs. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. Anyways. Okay, so let's go ahead and set these systems up here. We'll take this one out here. We'll put this one into, I guess, we can do alarm 10 for this. That's fine. And... where was that? It was here. Correct? Yeah. Let's move you over here. Move you to alarm 10. And... instead, we're gonna do this. Can I have an alarm here? Yeah. Exactly what I'm looking for. Do that. Say alarm 10. We're gonna figure out the resetting of this alarm too. Because it's gonna be in different spots than where it is right now. So this one here, this go off. We'll say 10 for it, I guess. We'll aim for efficiency, and then we'll tailor it downwards in speed, or tailor it downwards to occur faster as we need. But we'll tailor it for where I know the best amount of efficiency is, while also being quick, which is 10 steps. When you have 60 steps in a second, 10, a sixth of it is a really good buffer range. It leaves a little bit of breathing room for everything. Actually, hold on here. You say this right here. Take that out here. Put this over here. Where was that again? Where was it again? 11. I forgot where it was. Come down here. And then we say that. And I think we want to run one more if. It's just to check the alarm. We'll see how efficient this is, but if alarm 10 equals 0. This way it doesn't overplay the alarm in the sense of it doesn't give it time to finish or anything. That looks like that, and then that runs into that. And then I guess that's where we can put this in. We'll just grab one right now and do that. Well, I run this every 30, so I guess we could run that 30. Well, we need a 2 run. Because it's already been indicated 2 run, so we don't want to have to wait too long. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then it'll wait another 30 and then loop back through again. So that won't be bad. That'll be good. That'll be good. Okay, let's replace that everywhere on 11 right now. What do we make it an alarm 10? Yeah, alarm 10. Actually, let's just do one at a time here. We'll do this one, we'll completely convert them over, and then we'll test to see if we have any errors, and then we can convert everybody over to get a better idea. Otherwise, we're having to fix errors 4 times. That's just unnecessary. Okay, so we have this looking like this, nice and easy, and then we have else if equals. Okay, so this is to this right here. This. Okay, so I guess this is the fundamental here. That. I know we wanted to adjust the range, but we'll be doing that later. Right now I want to figure out getting these moved into alarms. Okay, we can move this into alarm 9. That. Now we'll come over here, put this over here, and now we'll work with this as we are. Same thing here, change the alarm name. So now we'll trigger alarm 9, have this trigger like that. And then take this at the end of this like that. Okay, so this is the same thing that we just made over here in alarm 9. So we'll go ahead and redo this alarm 9 trigger. Have this meet to this criteria right here. And now from here down, and go ahead and delete. And we can get rid of this. And we need to make an if alarm here equals, I'll actually just do it like this. Okay. Let me go ahead and test this one here real quick first. Mainly I'm just going to see if I'm onto the right idea with this, because then I can implement it further everywhere else, but I should be fine with what I'm doing. But it's just better to make sure. Is there one other thing I was missing here? Hold on. 11. Okay. No. No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was just double checking. For some reason I thought I didn't do that one. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh. Mob count is trying to go up. My range is making it difficult. Mob count's trying though. Oh, it is trying its best. Yeah, I see importing and everything there. Do I see... Okay, no, we haven't... Okay, we still got 20 seconds till enrage. Okay, that's just overflood. Okay. That's just where overflood's coming from. That's good. That's good. Yeah, here comes that. Boom. There we go. I see him running to him. Oh wait, no, it's the wrong one. Where are... Do we see any of them? Do we see any skulls? I don't see a skull. I don't see a single skull. It's not good. I don't see a single skull. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, we got one skull. That doesn't count though. I think you spawned there. Only one is not sufficient. we got one. Shut up. Oh Lord. That was amazing. That was amazing. Okay, so we need a... Something isn't... How aren't you getting reset is the question. Okay, so... This... It's gonna be before that. So less than here. Alarm 9. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's reset right here. It is reset right there. It is right. I mean, it is right there. It is right there. It's right down there at the bottom. The last thing you do, reset alarm 11. So why aren't you resetting alarm 11? Why aren't you resetting alarm 11? Is something else causing you to not reset? No, these re-trigger alarm 11 anyways. Everything re-triggers alarm 11, so we don't have to worry about all the old systems. Disk test, what is going on? What if it's like this is equals 3, then this is that. Do we just do that? Is it, are you gonna be happy with, like, am I happy with that? I don't, this is not terrible. The 3 else's, we can't really assign those to anything within a switch reasonably. Do we really need to set it up in a switch even if we did? No. No. I think it's too intricate for that. I think this is all I gotta do. I think that's just gonna fix it. I think I didn't account for that. Is that? What do I know? I think that's all I didn't account for. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. What if I just... Yes, but where could we set you here without doing another else? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, we're looking at the same fucking thing, but I think it's better that I threw that into here. Have you check first, because you're going to be more frequent. That. Oh, you. We have to put it at the end of the code for the alarm, otherwise it's going to stop other things from running. So I guess, yeah, I guess we still just do this. If, if we see this works, we'll go ahead and implement it everywhere, and then we'll check the resources after we implement it everywhere. See what we gain for efficiencies. Guys, scale is 3 up there. Is the else thing a problem? But like, if it's... Why is it a problem? Why is it a problem? Alright, well, I'm not gonna say... Maybe... I don't know. Because every single thing... Oh, what happens when this hits this, but this doesn't hit this because of that? Well, then it should just read down. Oh, does it cut itself off from reading? I bet you it cuts itself off from reading. If any of these become true and it meets into another one, it won't read down further. Okay, that's what's occurring. I'm just stupid. Okay, that's fine. If you have an else, that is. If you have an else. You have to have the else into a different location. I would have to have the else into a different spot. Which is going to get too intricate then and not be worth it. Looking for a big ghost. Big skull. Where'd a big skull at? Oh, there's a big one up there. I don't see him moving. See him for it yet. Maybe I need to go before all the else's. Let me go before all these else's here. I bet that's screwing with it. Just come all the way over here. Like this, I think. Right here. This one. I think this is where I need it. This is where I need it. Right here. I think that's where I need it. This is why it might have been better to try and figure out how to switch. This is why it might have been better to try and figure out a switch, because it's easier. It's easier to set up. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn though. I don't see any of them yet. Oh, there's one. Seen him port yet. Sounds good, Nipped. Thank you so much for the lurk, and I hope you take care. I see other people. I've seen other mobs already spawn out, so he should have by now. Theoretic. Yeah, I just saw another one spawn. He shouldn't have had a problem. Though it does look like they're spawning down there. Okay, I feel like there's... Well, it shouldn't matter. It should be resetting all the way down anyways, because where I placed it. We're in the enrage phase. I haven't seen that one port yet. Do I see any other big ones appearing? Any other skulls? No. Why aren't you resetting? And where am I screwing up? Is it this red thing? I don't think it is. It might be. I mean, this is kind of where things are screwing up, to be fair. I don't feel that should be screwing it up, though. Maybe it's breaking here. Maybe it is my order. Maybe it's breaking here. I would still expect it to be running this. Because this is all independent. That is independent. Why aren't you running it? Let me zoom myself in. Wish I had an easier way to do that. Should have just set up key bindings at this point. Just switch camera angles because I hate having to open this. There we go. Just want to see. I'm going to bring myself down to a ground level. I'm going to reduce damage to 500. Actually, I could just do 5. We just need to kill a few mobs. So. I also need to go through and fix everybody's damage for the enemy type. I ask, well, what's wrong with that? They're all globals, and right now they're all sharing damage. And then they're buffing. Leave it at that for a logic. Look, he's there. Okay, so close is working. Close is working. Okay, we're getting them coming in. They're working. Okay, they're working. Some of these are working. Okay. Oh boy. Let me try moving closer to one of them. I feel like this guy here. Does he ever... See, they're picking up. Oh my. See? They're picking up. Their alarms are running. Maybe because I'm running an alarm with it, everything's just occurring so slow in comparison to everything else. Maybe once I mass integrate everything, it'll make more sense. Like, we seem to be working. It's hard to say we're not. That's why I was like, let me just get down there and see what's going on, actually. We're just gonna mass integrate and we're gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna do. I think that's the only safe bet to do right now. We can't test every individual one with this. We just have to mass integrate it all and figure it out from there. It's going to be a bit more annoying, but hey, it'll get done. That's what matters. I mean, in theory, I guess what I could do is I could create it in parent enemy and then have them all inherit it for right now under a default property just to make sure they all work. And then afterwards, I could just implement that into all of them. And independently. I guess that's an option too, if I so wanted. Oh, I know what else I could do. I can just readjust spawning right now to only spawn the keepers. So when we come back, that's what we're going to do. We're going to readjust our spawning and all that, so it's only going to spawn keepers. And we will take a look and see exactly how this is running so we can work just on this one system here, this one mob, and make sure everything is working good, and then mass implement it to the other ones. Yeah. And remember, I only run ads when I do my breaks and support streams, so your lurking during that is much appreciated, as it does help to support development of the game and also keeping these streams ad-free of mid-rolls while I am here. I want to thank you all that have stayed around and do stay around, and we'll see you all when I come back. Careful in that regard. We'll actually come down here to the bottom. I should probably set my camera angle out for testing. Let me set my camera angle out to what I would... That's good, everybody. I hope you all are doing well and staying safe. What's good, D? How you doing, man? So that out. I hope you're doing well, homie. Alright, so if I remember correctly, where we left off here was we were working on making the player leveling system actually detect if they were over leveled by more than a whole percent or more than a whole times, and then it would actually loop and continue to give them the scaling through until it no longer looped. And we were implementing that into the enemy thing. Why do I have this second if here? My timer. You know what? I didn't change over. There we go. Okay, there we go. Vibing, man. Vibing. Just been tearing my hair out doing this. Coding's gotten significantly easier since the last time I did it 15 years ago, but just because the UIs got easier does not make the coding easier. Been doing good though, man. Been doing good. Just been working away at this. Don't do that? That's how I feel sometimes. Now, why do we have player base in here? Do we copy over this whole system? Okay, we copied over that. We have a how many check there. And then we take, let's see. Okay, we had player scaling over here. Okay, so this was faster player scaling. This was faster player scaling. Ugh. Okay, now I know what I'm doing. That issue when you haven't done any work in like a few days because you've been doing other work, and then you come back and you have to try to remember where the hell you left off. Yeah, man, we've just been grinding away trying to get this to a point of being more releasable. With the coding taking me a bit longer than I would like it to. And I will admittedly say that's predominantly due to the fact that as I'm coding, I'm learning this engine at the same time and a unique code set. Like this is a complete, a custom-made code. So learning all of that at the same time has definitely slowed down my overall progress. So that's why I've started to actually stream my coding and everything like that. Okay, why do we have player base in here, though? We're checking with that, and then we add a level, and then this one minuses that, and then this makes the XP per level to that. We don't need player base in here then, so that is a worthless line. This loop is okay there, and then I want to run a... Do we not have an if in here anymore for the division to not go under 1? Oh, I do not know. That's probably why I had this empty if variable in here earlier. As I was doing if... Oh, that's okay. So that's why I had the player base in here, is because we were creating our initial scaling and it wasn't going to go under the initial scaling. So we take that there. Okay. I guess the easiest way to find that will be coming into here, and I have the initial creation. Where are you? Here you are, actually. Yeah, you, the holder of it all. I mixed these up. That's interesting. Look at that. Oh, I hate carpal tunnel. Please work with me. I just want to do the little button right there. There we go. Okay, and then we put that over into here, and then this, paste that into there. Okay, well now that's actually correct. It didn't really make too big of a difference because it's just on the first level, but I'd rather that be correct. Okay, so we have... Let's bring you over here just so I can look at... Oh, okay, good. You're right underneath it, actually. So I could just look at you. That's wonderful. Okay. First off, that needs to be swapped. That's just a problem waiting to happen. Since we swapped those values, we had to swap these as well into where they were in the creation slot so that the code could be read correctly for the values when it was time for it to be read. Player scale. So I guess we just do times 1 then. So we run a temporary. Let me scroll up here. So let's just run a temp then here. And then we'll call this max. We'll call it min XP. Yeah, we'll just call it min XP. But having a stroke on me. They had an update today, and it is working a little bit better. The engine isn't as laggy, which is nice. They cleared up a few memory leaks and such. I still have a few things that are going to cause me problems. Predominantly, when I load up my larger maps, that's going to be where my problems lie. But outside of that, like they cleaned up a lot of bugs. I'm extremely happy about that. Say if player XP to that, boom, equals less than. Do we want to say less than? We'll say, yeah, we can say less than. We can do. We'll do less than or equal to. Screw it. And then we'll just throw in another variable here, and then we'll make that player XP to level be what we have over here. This is player base times 1. And then this will secure this from going under that value. And then we can follow down into our how many check. and have that loop over for that. Which I guess probably would be wise to recopy this. And then we come down to this else. We'll take that. Let's do that. To that. I should have left one variable in there just to make it easier for me. And we could paste that into there, I think. Okay, so we have this else here, and then it'll break when it's under 1. We have the division check happening here. We have the engage of the loop. Alright, well, we're gonna crash or we won't. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's just see if it crashes. The hope is it either works or it crashes, and not that it doesn't work at all. And then nothing happens. That is a pure hope right now. Okay, there we go, we're dividing. Oh. Why can't you see the game? Can we talk about this? What am I... Okay, I am on alpha. Can we talk about why you're not displaying alpha? You want to fight about it? You're literally on the layer above the damn game. Windows the initial source is not available. What is your mouth even saying? Is that it? Definitely not it. That was the same window. You? Okay. Jesus. Yeah, I am actually confused here. I see that source there. Okay, well, I'll just delete you. There's the new source. Congratulations, look at that. You're there. I hope you feel better about yourself. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see if something happens. Okay, XP is going up as normal. That divide felt a little too... See, it's just cutting straight back to 90. Kind of wanted a division by 2, so I'm kind of confused at that. I'm gonna have to really... I want to take a look back at that. Everything seems to be working, though. Yep. What was that, Baker? Listen, we're trying to figure that one out still. That literally is a new bug due to the scaling changes. Pretty much it's from my health going under 0, and then it not... Like, the damage happening so fast that even one step in the game, even though it's a 60th of a second, isn't fast enough to pick up my character dying, so my health goes into the negatives for a second. For like a 60th of a second. And there's just that much damage that occurs during that, to where it causes that. And I'm trying to work around that there. That's something down the line for me. Anyways... We're gonna look at this here. Okay, this divided by 2, and then if XP equals less than or equal to this, is player base getting adjusted or something? No, player base can't be, because player base is, that's the base, not scale. Scale gets adjusted, base doesn't. So why are you having issues detecting? Everything else seems to be working. It's this one thing kind of bothering me. And it might be something to do with the loop. It might be the loops, or it could be the fact that we have alarms being triggered over here. And maybe we need to figure out combining this alarm system into these here. Still haven't worked on these yet, but these are our enemy scaling. They don't count as much right now. Because what could be happening is this is running here and then this is looping, right? And while this is looping, this is also still being ran over here and causing every second, which is pretty much enough to be human eye instant. Not really there, but it's close enough because we figure 300th of a second for the average human reaction time. And about 150 milliseconds for the average actual like recognition time of something. Not so much reacting to it, but just acknowledging something's existence. So given with that and how these are all happening at one time, I think that's what's happening at that point. And I think what we need to do is in the loop here, we need to have alarm resets here. And I guess what we'll do as well is we'll take these if variables here, and these will be the initialized triggers. It doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Because if we take the loop out of here, right, it's probably going to go down slower. We can leave that there, that's not going to hurt anything. I foresee it happening slower now. Let me just make sure of that before I start actually reacting as such as it is. Yeah, you see how much slower it's going down now? It's the loop is reoccurring due to the alarm. That's exactly what it is. See how it's actually gradually going around now? Yeah, okay. And yes, we're going to work on scaling that there a little different. What's happening there, why the enemy level goes up so fast, is I have a system here to actually just straight take enemy XP and then feed it right into enemy level. It's just a little test there. A little messing around. Just a little messing around. Okay, so now we understand what's happening there. So at least we understand why that's happening, and now we understand that what we need to do then is figure out an alarm system to make it work correctly on where we need to place alarm resets. Alarm resets need to take place inside of the alarms themselves and not externally. And only can one or the other alarms be procced by one of the alarms procking the other for initial trigger. Okay. How is that gonna look there, Baker? How's that gonna look, you stupid ass? Okay, so we got alarm 0. Let's just, I want to copy, we're gonna do copies for right now. And I kind of like the idea of, what is that, like free per second that I did? Yeah, no, it's souls free, stupid shit. Souls per second, there we go. I don't even know my own values anymore. Souls per second, let's see, we say less than 100. Here's the thing with this. That's going to be really real-time updating at that point. Is that going to work well? We want it updating every 30th of a second to have the most up-to-date real-time stats while still keeping to an alarm. I guess we could just allow, as long as the loops don't occur in... Let's give it a shot and see how it runs. Screw it. That may have not made sense to anybody there. Just give me a moment. Okay, so we got less than 100 on that. Okay, so that's cool. And then we want that. You can kind of do that. Right? Okay. And I feel like I'm gonna have to throw so much unnecessary code in here. Oh well. I feel it actually. It's not unnecessary, it's completely necessary. What I'm wanting to do is gonna involve me having to just put in more code than I wanted to put in for it. Is there a way I could shorten it though? Like maybe? Because what I'm thinking here is like if we read into this right here and then we have like an else here that does more than 100, okay. It's frozen. What's frozen? The what?
Like, you're scrolling and it wasn't scrolling.
Huh. Why is that? What is going on today with this thing? Are you good? Oh, it is totally not scrolling. Alright, well, I was not recording. Damn it. So to catch up on the VOD here to what's going on, we're in the attack for the enemy, and we're trying to add in our HP current here and detect to see if it goes below 0 and all in the same time, and then if so to run the code for that. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm trying to figure out what we need to do to make that work appropriately. Remove this. But we do that. And then I guess we're sending alarms then. And then everything else is just secured through. Okay, well, let's force this alarm to stay active so that we can get a good test. We'll do that just so the code consistently always runs, and we don't have to worry now. Oh, there's so much code in the save. Oh, there's so much code in the save. Or in the death. There we go. Yeah, that seems right. Alright, let's see if that's somehow more efficient. Actually, first, let's set this at its highest timer so that we're getting a clear indicator of how it's going. This is the fastest it'll be going. So this way we fully know it's working. Because we're not allowing it to go through its rotation there. So it's going to be working a little different on that end, so... We have a few extra mobs because of that we can account for. What we're looking for is like an increase of like the 300 that we had there before. Type deal. $32.05. Okay, so we're at 32.05 there. Okay. Cut that out. Oh, I can take that out. Leave it in. Leave it in. Don't take it out right now. Right now. We're trying to test. Do that yet. Don't do that. Was hoping I'd be able to copy. Oh, there's this too. Interesting. I feel like my test was incomplete though. I feel like my test was incomplete now. I forgot about that alarm. Okay, well, let's test this and then we'll throw it back in and then we'll test again. And we can set the alarms first that we need to set, then paste that in, and then worry about the stuff within there. I think that's the best way to do it. I guess we're gonna get a new baseline regardless right now. So let's just go ahead and take out that one if check, since we're just going to have a new baseline. I'll take that out. $31.32. I recall a higher number before, to be honest. 31.42. Okay. Make sure we have all of these set appropriately. Okay, and the reason why we put this into here is because this is at the point that we want the apply to. Everything else we want to be. So that was actually done incorrectly a bit last time. And this one here actually can go to a self as well, because the applying to only applies into this sector here. And then only that statement there. Okay, let's see what we got. 3147, I believe the number was 27, 27, 47, something like that. Or 31, 3147, 3127, it was something like that. That made a difference. 32, 17, 19, 20, 32, 20. Hold on one second. Okay. So 32, 26 mobs, I believe is what that is there. That's what I say. Yeah, 3220, actually. 3220. Let's see if we can increase that by moving like we've done before. We know going over to the other side here. Before has noticed an improvement on the max density. No, this seems to be that hard cap there. 3220 at a minimum now. We're not going to worry about testing max yet because we know now everything that can be taken out of a step needs to be taken out of a step. So I think I should be moving these into steps. LR2. Will that work correctly? Or do I want to just make this a switch? And could I make this a switch case? Well, no, I need... maybe. No, I had tried it with my HP system. It didn't want to work correctly. I don't. Maybe I think the debugger zoom me in there. My bad. I'm having all sorts of problems tonight, apparently. I think this might still work fine. I actually think this might still work fine. We'll have this check every 10 steps. Okay, what's the next one? Alarm 3. I guess alarm 4. Yeah, and then alarm 5. Okay. Just get that opened. Okay, this will be our next thing we test. Isn't this going to spawn multiple of them? Oh yeah, and then equals false. Maybe that should be the first check. I think that should be the first check right now. Just to save a check. That. Maybe we can make that more efficient though. How can we make you the first check appropriately? I think we can make you all the way up here. Right? We take these two here. We do this over here. And then we say this here. Like that. Right? No? No? No, that doesn't feel right. No. No. And then... Okay, I guess we do just run. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that becomes the most efficient way to do it. It's not too drastically different, but what matters is the least amount of checks to achieve what you're... Because if it has to check here and then here, instead of just here to here, like we're adding a step for no apparent reason whatsoever. And like the whole point of doing this is literally to gain as much efficiency as possible, so if we see something, we definitely should take the time. Definitely should take the time. Because right now what we're focusing on is that glorious, glorious mob count right now. We're gonna need to make sure every alarm actually triggers. Lordy. I don't know why I just didn't do shift there. This is where we're at though. This is where we're at. Oh, why would you? Oh, you did that to yourself. Your OCD is gonna make you do it. You can do it. We'll do 2 just to get them going as soon as possible. That's always important. Okay. Okay. Now we will actually know. My brain was like, how are those alarms gonna turn on if you don't tell them to start? Is there anywhere in the code that tells them to start? No, there isn't. The only place that tells it to start, you just put into the code itself. Congratulations. Congratulations. Uh, $31.78. I don't think that changed. I don't think that changed. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Nothing crazy. What about a top end, I guess? Let's go to our little spot. $74 something was the highest we got before. See what happens. But we had to move. We had to do 2 movements for that. I believe it was 74. Right? 71. Sorry, 71. 71.27. So far, looks like without even the second movement, we may beat that. There's 7,000. $7,019 before the first or the second move. Alright, let's do our second move. You know, this here increased another time before. Yep, there goes the number. Come on. Don't do this to me. Don't be more inefficient. Ow. How are we more inefficient? How? Alright, one more move. We did do 3 before. Maybe I had one more increase with it. I don't. Oh man. What would be the problem? Maybe something to do with the alarm? But we set up in the NPC? It would be really weird if putting that into there made that efficient. So it runs in every 10 steps instead of every step. And actually only runs when collision happens every 10 steps. So it's really hard to believe that would be my problem. That's interesting. That's extremely interesting. I'm a bit confused on this is my option. Is the alarm setting that much of a problem? Like, is that's seriously the issue? Let's see what happens here. If it is more efficient, then we got to go back and work on the abilities, because that one doesn't apply to. This is either the applying to or it's the alarm, which I more would lean towards the applying to. Yeah, 3266 now. We are more efficient here. It is the applying to. Applying to is a problem. 3266 at a minimum now. Okay, so applying to is less efficient than actually telling it for the individual thing to do something. Okay, understood. These are little things that you don't know about until you really do nitpick testing. Do I apply to other? How do I do that? Oh, okay, never mind. Just stupid. Only do Young Soul right now. Can I just do it this way? Or do I have to actually call the individual other? I might have to do other, but we're gonna see. Huh? Okay. Anyways. So we have that else into that. And then we have that running off the tail end of everything. Cool. Tries and kills. If it can't kill, it will slow if slow exists. I don't even think they're destroying. Which is max distance doing that right now. Good. More collision. Okay, 1548. Okay. Not good. Um, we go. Does not look like. Looks like we may have to do other. Use them. Oh. Oh. No, we may not have to. I may just have to learn how to code. I may just have to learn how to code. Good news. Okay. Hopefully what happened there is just negative number got too big on too many mobs. I don't know. There would be no negative number there to occur at the same time. But just maybe that's part of an issue. I don't really know. That or this is just more inefficient. It's just about messing around and figuring it out. Yeah, 15, 18 again. Okay. So this... What if I did... Oh, what if it's applying to everybody? What if it's applying to everybody? All the instances. All of them. All of them. What if the checks are happening there? It's not doing any damage, but this is checking every instance. Because we had it on other before. Man. Wasn't set to a unique one. Other. That's fine. Other. Okay. Why aren't they destroying either? That is another thing. Destroys there. Destroys there. Doesn't destroy anywhere else. Oh, well that's because... Yeah, well obviously it's not going to be able to. I guess to be fair, we've been doing all our testing without it destroying. Not like the code hasn't been running like that. Maybe that's why I had that free destroy in there. Maybe that's what that free destroy was. Did you really just... Yeah. About that. About that. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens. There we go. Yeah, that was the extra delete in there. It's the extra delete in there. Was the delete in there that we saw? 3074. I think this is too many sends for it. I think it's too many for it. I think this is where it's too many. Because at a certain point to where it's like, okay, you should just do this. Okay, we learned that. We learned that. You can try one, but if it doesn't work, go switch to the other. And figure out steadily on which one's going to give you the best overall results. Sometimes it might even be that, you know, you have to just set up nothing but global variables or something like that, or just rework the system in its entirety to work better. Okay. We're going to call this good on optimization. Okay. We're just going to accept this is where it's at. And we're going to start working on other things. We'll get, when we come back, we're going to get all the code transferred over to all the other NPCs, and we're going to start getting everything figured out there on how we're going to have the scaling look and all that, because I have a feeling every NPC will have a different scaling and all that kind of good stuff. Very happy spot. It's at least 3,000 mobs on a min count. I can't complain at that with my computer. Okay, 3113. I'll take it. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we are gonna continue on with it. Impressive. Impressive, I say. Dare I say it? Okay. There's one thing I wanted to see. Gear. We're using gear too. What is my ability speed there? 66? I mean, that's still that's pretty damn fast. Let's try 200 on ability speed. And let's see if like that triggers the faster kill count, or if like I'm just gonna reset it back to the old spawning points, and then I'm gonna decrease the kill count required. Don't really want to do that though. I mean, they're actually doing something right now, to be honest. That is actually a faster kill rate. Not fast enough. That is significantly faster. $10 minutes per survival. Oh wow, you've been doing survivals for it? Jesus, man. Oof. Now let's see something here. Do we have movement speed on this? We have a 3 on movement speed. Alright, hold on. Let me see something. There's a few things I want to test on this. Go back to 60 ability speed. And we'll do a movement speed. We'll do 15 so that I can go a little zoom. Then we'll see something. We're gonna see if running around can trigger it. Because if it's like standing still, it becomes a way you can't trigger it. My bad about the music, everybody. My bad. Come on. Huh? I feel like if we go faster. I feel like there's actually something here. I feel like there is a way we can force it to trigger earlier on. If there is, you know, kind of a fan of it. I don't know how perfect my movement is. I'm mainly just staring at my experience, my XP to level. It doesn't look like we're getting there. It doesn't look like going faster is doing it. The number is going up a little bit quicker. Get back to cook. You'll let you get back to cooking, about to eat. Sounds good, man. You take care, and I hope you have good food. Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, I see there's a problem over here. You guys don't have a cap, do you? Fucking don't. Jesus Christ. It's like I see it. You guys are just hauling ass right now. Just going. And this definitely does not seem to be working. Okay, we're just gonna have to reduce the amount. Okay. Where are we at here? First off, one moment. Okay. I'll open one at a time here. What if I just set everything to 2? What if I just like unlock the spawns and just give the player everything? Lots of them. And we tuned like that from the beginning. What if we just did that? What if we just said you just go? What if we just said that? What if we did that? Kinda like that. We just said player here. Did you like mobs? I heard you like mobs. Oh man, this thing is having a stroke. This is why we're doing one at a time. What if we're gonna do the whole thing? Okay, I think at this rate we'll just open them all. Seems like it's just gonna want to be like this regardless of the fact. Regardless, it wants to be like this. We just reopen this one then, so I think we're on 4, or we did 4 already. Was it 3 or 4 that I did? Nope, okay, it was 3. Come on, you got this, computer. I really got, like... I got faith in you. I don't want to gas it up too much. I don't want to gas the computer up too much. I have faith in you. You'll do it. Oh, and after we get this comfortable, like I have the level scaling comfy and all that and everything like that, we're gonna go through and we're gonna redo a lot of this in the way of detection of how many mobs to spawn of each type and the mob cap, so that we can have the player select the mob cap itself. So depending on what your computer is, if you have a better computer or worse computer, you can choose your mob cap in endless missions and how many you see. It will be a scaling system where you'll have to like gradually build your way up on how many you can have, but yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Because if someone has a better computer than what I am currently running, they should be allowed to have a higher mob count. Most people are gonna have a better PC than me. I'm pretty low on the end right now with PCs. To be honest, I am pretty low on the end of PCs. Oh, you actually can hear that. That's my upstairs neighbor, I'm sorry. When you hear this sudden like boom 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 and like stuff like that and really loud creaking and everything, that's my neighbor upstairs. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at with that. Let me just accept that. They are fans of walking heavy. I'm still having issues hitting 100 per second. Oh, actually, hold up. Oh, there we go. We're hitting there. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, we didn't. Oh, it's gone under now. It's going down. It's going down. We're doing it. We discovered it. We discovered it. We figured it out. We're gonna have to figure out a system to pull that XP. And maybe if we... If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm making a system to where it detects how much this is over this after this calculation takes place, and then gives the player the according amount of levels. And I think what I should do is do it only when it equals 1. I think that's actually going to be very smart. If equals 1. Equals 1. And then I don't know if we're going to keep that or not, but we'll throw it in here. And then we do, well, we probably should have just made that. And then what we can do, since that'll equal 1, right? So then we'll take this, and we'll do that. That. We don't need that, like that. That's working. That is definitely working. Interesting. That's relative. Whoopsie. I was wondering why that didn't completely look like it worked. Okay, there we go. Okay, this will set it back to 0 every time now, so we'll notice a difference now. It's working though. It's definitely working. Definitely getting there. Liking it. That's so far. I still got to tune around with numbers and everything, but I like this so far. I really like this. I just want to make sure it works within the base logic I want, and then numbers can be tuned later. There we go. We can actually just tie all this to souls free with something like this. We don't need an XP system anymore. Well, we do, but we don't need the independent XP that scales and everything with something like this. This works perfectly. I like it. We can have this down into a fundamental basis here. I like that. Okay. Oh. I have energy, but my brain's starting to fry early. Baker, your brain's already frying. Brain's already frying. Shit. Essentially, we're gonna want the same thing over here. That. And then stay out of we say. Okay, let's see what happens here. Maybe this kind of balances out. There was a very fast crash. Alright, what do we crashed? Keeper's Guard. Creative event. What do you need? Scale level, not set. You need to be up there then. That level just that level turned into something different, I'm gonna be honest. Was that 33,000? Was that 33,000? Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Shh. I just blew my character. Vegas, the scaling work? I mean, they scale. They definitely scale. I just out of shits and giggles. This is here's my strong set. This one lasted forever before. This is like a 4-day run with this one. I just want to see what this does. That was crazy. This is like 135,000 for a level. So we're gonna be figuring out math more, but you know, it works. That was insanity. Oh, I love it. I love it. That was phenomenal. Here we go. We're gonna get ready. Balanced. Alright, balancing done. I think that's a beautiful game. You know what? I think everybody's gonna love it. Jesus Christ. This shit got wild real fast. Alright, so we need to figure things out a little more on this. Okay, so what does this do then? We can't let it equal 1, I guess. I guess 1 is too strong. There has to be, I guess, a default floor to this, and it can't go, like... I guess we use these numbers here. We use these numbers here, and what we can do is this right here. Maybe that'll work better. Oh man, that was wild. Oh man. That was good. Let's see here. Yeah, we don't need to call it that there. We'll just do that. And well, this number is going to be changed, don't worry, but right now we're figuring out everything else here currently. I don't know if you just heard that, but the dog dropped the bone. I mean, like, you can't really get mad at the dog. It's the puppers, so... Okay. Then we said... Alright, I'm gonna get myself ready for a break. Yeah, we're just gonna get ready for a break here. Give me a moment here. I think I have an older version still. Where are you? There you are. This should be the old one. There we go. I'm trying to remember that I gotta start recording these because YouTube Studio doesn't allow me to download in 1080p. I did get some type of acknowledgement that that has been moved up to their team and that they somehow weren't aware of it. I think that's some bullshit because I found reports going back to like 2000 or like 8 years ago. So, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But yeah, we'll see if things improve. We'll see. One moment. Okay, a little bit better. Let's see here. And that does you there. And you. There. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I keep moving those over. There's literally no purpose to it. You should be able to just copy that whole thing over at one time. Save myself some time. Yeah. Boom, just like that. Okay. Okay. This is generally why I try to figure out the least amount of code needed and just making everything as simple as possible. Is because when I do need to make changes, I want them to be very quick. As quick as they can be. This is why sometimes things that may seem simple will take me a good while to figure out. It's because I'm trying to also think of, if I need to make sweeping changes, what's going to be the problem with the sweeping changes too? How much of a pain are these sweeping changes going to be? Because you never assume that everything's going to always stay the same. Never assume. That is one very surefire way to run into a lot of problems in your code. How do I do this with you? Did I really just tunnel that? Did I really just, like... Did I zone out that hard in doing this? Should I skipped... I completely just blanked out of the whole process here. No. Did I? There's no way. I mean, I had to have. Everything's there. Damn. No, see, no, this was actually done different. Okay, no, this was done at a different time. Okay, I was gonna say that, no. I was not zoning out that hard. Okay, listen. Okay, alright, I was gonna say. How in the hell did I zone out that hard? Do I doubt it sometimes? No, I don't. You know, like... This is why I make the sweeping implement, or like, this is why I take the time to do the things that I take the time to do. Is so that, like, when I need to make the changes and stuff like that, it's not a problem. I can just, once I get the baseline figured out, everything else is just seamlessly just put in. And you can kind of, for the most part, just kind of zone out while doing it. This one's set to damage still. This is HP regen. Let's check over on the other one too. I don't actually recall changing those. Tisk Baker. I actually don't remember changing those on a lot of them, to be honest with you. I think that was one of the main ones I missed. Look at that. Oh, we almost were. See, this is the problem when you kind of just zone out there and you don't know everything off the top of your head. But I did remember. Okay. I did remember though. So it's okay. Is it really okay, Baker? No, it's not. Not even in the slightest is it okay. Unacceptable on every facet is what it is. Completely unacceptable. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's layout. And I didn't delete these in the beginning there before we went down. I should have done that. Okay, do that, and then reset layout. There we go. Okay, all that's done there. We're gonna remember this time. See, we're remembering. Remembering. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, find reset. That. Boom. Okay. Okay. That's another one done. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Make it come to you. You got it's smarter. Don't do it. This is armor. Okay. Okay. Almost done, and then we can tear our brains out with the other one. We'll be right back. But at least we'll have this done. Oh, thank you. Dodge. You know how to read? Do you know how to read, Baker? Do you know how to read? I just want to double check. Alright. Good. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. We just tore through that. I'll tell you what. Oh. Okay, we just tore through that. Alright, one thing I do want to do is we're going to take these values that spawn here when we click this. Any of these. We're going to take these values here and we're going to make them a permanent fixture XY that actually spawns higher up, so they won't be spawning directly underneath the given what's it called? Underneath the given area itself like that. Instead, they're going to be spawning higher up here always, so that it's more up to where the player's eyes naturally will be throughout everything. That's interesting. That's another thing too. Okay, apparently we got a bunch of things to figure out before we get even to where we were at before. Alright. So we'll make... Let's just open this up over here. I think we can use this, actually. We can use that. We can use that. So let's go ahead and save real quick here. Close down the workshop. We'll open up a new one, and we're going to open up with all of these, and we're going to work through these and get those opening in the correct location. And then this way it'll make easy adjustments later on. Alright, while that does that, I'm going to take a sip of some water. And of course it just finishes right when I do that, or say that. I'm still going to. Oh, and for anyone wondering with the next break thing, over time we do expect, or I do expect to be increasing the time. There's only one way I'm going to get better at doing that and being able to take longer, or see if I can. That's by pushing myself. So that is the intention. I'm just being smart for right now. Mainly the predominant goal is to get as much coding as I can get done on stream in 40 hours for the given week, and then from there I'll be able to sit back and render through all the footage and take out all the breaks, so that the support streams will have more footage added onto it at the end of every week. So we won't be running the support streams during that time period because I can't stream at the same time while running Adobe. My computer really does not like it. It really doesn't. Okay. Let's just actually... because order does not matter right now. We know what we gotta do. Let's do that. And then... no, we can't just use those. Let's see here. What do we call these? Do something like that. We call it... the value position. Why? Something like that? Does that make sense in my head? Does that make sense in my head? We'll call it upgrade position. Make it easier on there. Upgrade. Upgrade. There you go. Jesus Lord. Bakers, your brain's starting to shut down. Let's not talk about it, okay? And then this will be level position. Okay. So this is the buff slot. Or not buff slot, but this would be the levels right here. And then this one will be the, what's it called? The upgrade right here. So then what we can do, just to make things easy, is we have this right here, right? So we can take that and do a count. And we can grab this as well, just to have something out here. Baker, you letting your OCD go? Shh. I've been controlling it all straight. This is actually something that would be kind of more or less close to set in stone. So, because it is the spacing I want, so I would like to be able to know exactly then what I'm looking at. Yeah, we'll do that first. That's 277. X would be the same, but the Y is going to change. Okay. This will be a perfect one to test on. This is a perfect one to test on. Looks good. A little bit more, yeah, everything's a little more natural now. And how the player's eyes fixate and such. That's good. That's good. We're just gonna make a kind of a sweeping change to this. This I feel confident enough to do that. Meaning sweeping without testing. We're just going to assume confidence. Mainly because if something goes wrong, it's going to be very easy to find it. There we go. It's like, this does not feel right. What's going on? Oh, I just copied them. Okay, good. Almost done with it. Almost done with these changes. And then we can give them a quick test. And we'll see where we're at. We will see where we are at. There we go. Let's give that a test. My ability speed not working. Okay, so ability speed. Ooh. I don't want that. Ability speed. Okay, so we got a problem with crit damage. Okay. I don't have more ability. That's the wrong thing. Did I already click ability speed with that? I just not. What do? Ah. Interesting. Not interesting anymore. Stopped being interesting and started making sense. Apparently we had forgotten that. But this is why we test things. This is why we test. Okay. There we go. Okay, so crit damage when we click doesn't erase correctly. Let's take a look at that. I see. I thought I had done you. Apparently I had not. Did we just not do crit damage? Did I just like skip crit damage? I think I skipped crit damage. At this point, I think I skipped crit damage. You know, I mean, we're already on track with it, so we might as well just look at the rest of it, right? You see? You know. That was totally not the lines of code that I wanted. And here, I'll just do this. Okay. There you go. Alright. We are getting there. We are getting there. We should probably take those off too. It's whatever. Looks good. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. And now if we hit reset, boom. Good. Okay, so we got some baseline logics figured out now. Very good. Very good. Take a sip of water, and then I'm gonna figure out where we're at. Okay. I think we're finally at the point of the reset. I think we're finally there. Yeah, I think we're finally back at the point of the reset. Okay. So, let's just stare at something here real quick. Now that we know we have everything kind of going correctly. Okay, so we want this to now How you doing, Camel? How you doing? I'm just sitting here just trying to mentally figure out how we want this to work correctly. When I hit the reset button, if there's a spot above, I want these things to move forward so that they stay in a nice line. And then it knows essentially when I go to create another one exactly to place it like that, but have everything moved up. That's what we're working on right now. So we have a good amount of this. We have pretty much everything baseline done. Or we have everything else done in the way of making this menu system work to a facet. It'll automatically create down below. We just need to make it know how to move things upwards and such now. We're getting there. We're getting there. Since we got all that done there, let's go ahead and open up a new workspace. There we go. I mean, I don't think you couldn't But your issue is that you're gonna run into is probably kills per hour on trash mobs because of the lack of AoE that the Nataruk has over the Barama. Like, there's a significant amount of reduction of AoE. I know Nataruk has a little bit of AoE, but it's nothing near Barama level AoE. If you're gonna do that, then you can just take off the helmet build that I used, or the helmet, and you can swap on anything you want, which may make things easier than at that rate, and make your weapon pool really open up more. So depending on what you switch for, that could be a viable option in that regard. It's just going to be dependent on what you're going to be switching your helmet out for. Because I had to really think back for that vault build there. I only used that helmet choice because of ammo limitations, and Nataruk has no ammo limitations, so you're able to be opened up to a lot more options there to kind of play around with and see what may work better with Nataruk then. So in that regard, there actually could be something you could do with that. You also could, I guess, to have better gathering, on the Zenny Star, get magnetic, and the arcane to do gathering on magnetic kills. And then anytime you kill something that's been affected by magnetic damage with the Zenny Star, it'll pull everything else that's affected by magnetic damage to that target, and then allow you to take advantage of the punch through and the AoE a little bit more. No, I haven't touched Warframe in like 6 months. Since I started doing the coding for my game, I quit Warframe. I don't even have a single game installed on Steam anymore. Pretty much after they didn't want to pull back on their statement of accusing me of being a bot and threatening me with a permaban upon my next infraction, if you will, I just said, screw it. I'm gonna go make my own game so I don't have to worry about being persecuted and being called a bot. At the end of the day, I really just wanted to be QA lead of Digital Extremes, to be completely fair with you. But, like, if that's where things are going, because I can understand the coding of the game, like, I'm just not gonna deal with it. Because, like, I don't, like, quite understand the math of the game, really. Not like how Nev does and all of them. I just more understand the limitations of the coding and everything, and how to, like, drive the coding right to its, like, absolute, you know, max potential before it starts breaking and such. That's kind of what I did when I learned how to play Warframe. Not saying that, like, Nev or anything like that did, you know, like, that's a bad avenue. It's just, for me, I didn't want to deal with it. The math in this game is very convoluted and confusing, so I chose to learn and understand the coding more. I mean, it's convoluted and confusing, but nowhere near to the degree the math is. I applaud them for being able to make the calculators the way they do and everything, to understand the way the math works, because it's where a predominant amount of the spaghetti code lies, is within the math of the game. It's a wonder how they have figured it out the way they do. I don't know exactly the everything behind it, on, like, what their core reasoning was and everything, to be fair with you. But that's kind of how I feel, would be the best way to say that. That's how I feel it is if you grind the game in a particular fashion to what they don't like, then they'll ban you. That's how I feel. I don't have any like proof behind it in the way of like them just straight out saying that, but you know, that's honestly how it feels. That's how it feels after the 5 years of just being accused for one thing or another for simply camping. You know, like that was the main theme that went through all the 5 years of having to deal with them. It's camping. You know, that's how it feels, at least, like I said, is, you know, that's... yeah. That's how it feels. That'd be the best way to put that. Because unlike them, I'm not going to put slander upon their name for something that I don't 100% know on. You know, we'll say it like that. We'll say it like that. Now we want to figure out how to make this reset work correctly here. We have the reset default. I think we can work something with that, but I'm not 100%. I feel like that might be a wasted object, you know? How do you get the melee Zenny star? It's a login day reward. I forget how many days. 200? Something like that, 100? It's... yeah. It's one of those, something like that. Hold on here. Zenny Star Warfare. I got you. Give me a moment. I got you. Can you tell me here? Yeah, I understand the daily trip. Every 200 days? Beginning at day 100, that's what I thought. Okay. Beginning at day 100, every 200 days after that, you'll have a chance to choose. And there's like 3 different weapons, so yeah. Is there any good alternative for that? No, it's a very unique weapon, to be fair with you. I don't know anything off the really top of my head. Do you watch like Gamble or Nev or anything like that? Or Mode or Dystopia or anything like that? If you watch any of them, they would be a good individual to ask. Actually, Nev's playing right now. Nev is playing right now, so there you go. Nev is streaming right now. So that would actually be a good person to ask. Let me toss you a link over there. There you go. Nev be very smart about game. He may have a good alternative for Zenny Star. And he's currently playing the game too. So, I give you what knowledge I can give you, but if I do run into roadblocks, I'll try my best to get you to avenues to get you the knowledge you need. I always try my best on that. I definitely don't have any issues talking about the game as a whole, even though I quit. My knowledge, if it still helps, honestly, I'm happy I could help. It's gonna be sitting in my head either way. It's not like I can't. It's not like I can just like forget about the information I know. So I might as well use it for some type of good, not just let it senselessly sit there. No problem. No problem. Hopefully he'll be able to help you. Like I said, the guy's extremely knowledgeable about the game. So extremely knowledgeable. All right. Are we? Yeah, we're gonna get ready for our next break here, everybody. As well, to be completely honest, because that's our next break timer. We've been going down now. Anyways, be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Do remember I don't run ads except for when I'm on my breaks and during the support stream, so your alerts during those time periods do keep the streams ad-free for when I am here. There we go. Completely lost my voice there. But as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Give me one moment here and I will get the Be Right Back run going, and when we return we're going to work further on seeing what we're going to be doing with that. It's going to be trying to figure out this whole reset thing and everything. Okay, and I was muted the whole time. Okay. I was muted the whole time. I got everything all set up there. We're good to go now. And be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Help with that early algorithm. And let's get started on reworking this. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Baker, you should have closed down all these damn things before. I know I should have. Listen, let's not talk about it. Okay. First thing first, you. And then next, we're just gonna look at mission 1 for right now, and we can just adjust off of there. Okay. And we want leveling. Let's start with that. That off. That off. Alright. I wonder why that wasn't working. Oh my god, it's less than 32? I didn't have a greater than 32 on the load, so that's why that wasn't triggering on the create, on the reset. Well, that's not going to matter now, but it's really good that I know that. Really good that I know that. Really good that I know that. Okay. Get rid of these. I want to get rid of this code here and here. Go ahead and get rid of that. And get rid of all this. And then I want to just make an alarm one. Just to put that in there. Or get rid of that. Let's make an alarm 2. What's this for, Baker? A leveling thing. That's just very, very, very late game. Is anyone going to be able to hit it after your changes? Highly not. Highly unlikely. Unless they modify the files. They'll still be there, just in case. What that's to do is to prevent visual bugs from happening until I can figure out how to make a power. correctly show and all that. Without just having to do magic. Essentially just visual magic, which is not what I'm looking for. So, yeah. Because that would just create like a whole token system and all that type of stuff and everything, and I just don't want to have to deal with all of that. Are you a parent? No. You're wondering what we are doing? We are going to be adjusting the values and making it scale within itself. Be the best way to describe this. If we were to put it in the most layman terms possible, it's exponential light. If I was to put it in the most layman terms humanly possible, it's layman terms light. Just making sure. Okay. What do I want to do with that? What do I want to do with you? What do I want to call you? Yeah, that looks good. I think actually we can make it 25% sounds good. More or less, let's go ahead and take these. Come into alarm 1. I just want to put them in here. All this E scale and all this enemy, enemy, enemy. That. 25, that sounds good to me. And then this one, we'll do 10. We'll do it 10%. Or actually, no, we want to increase it. Oh no, we do want to decrease it because we want to keep it smaller. So they scale faster than the player. We just do a 5% actually. 5% probably be good. We should probably scale off of this. Speed level. I ask why. Well, simply because when we reload the game on a reset or anything like that, we want the XP and everything else to remain consistent on how it scales. So if we use that, because this is a value that's going to be loaded when you load a game or when the reset occurs or anything like that, because this is a value that will be loaded, this is the value we use. Because that is the final number anyways. Let's do that over here too. Okay. What is this gonna be? Instead of a set number. What are you gonna be? What are you up to? Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna draw on a blank on this. We have enemy level start higher than 1. How do we make it work correctly? Maybe we should rework the system to be based off of souls free. Would that work? I mean, why wouldn't it? You just use that, the XP to level, instead. Of an independent system. Use a system that gets loaded and serves independent and does not change, but does keep going up. But doesn't change on based on loaded, no matter what, I should say. Changes when you kill things, of course, or free things, if you will. to take away the XP system. Latch it onto souls freed. And then just have a scaling system attached to that. So take out XP. Take out the XP stat in every single one of these. This right here. This doesn't need to be there. And then we only need to keep in here global souls free +1. And then as you free the souls, that's what dictates levels. Question. Makes it to the XP required to level. So once you hit that many souls free, then you get the level. Instead of a system that resets back down to 0, that takes away from. It's one that just ever grows. We still can have that set to 0. Hits a number, goes to 0. Then once you hit the next one, well, your XP, I guess XP doesn't theoretically go to 0 if it's tied to souls free. That doesn't go to 0 then. That would be an independent system, so XP would be a +1 as well. So XP would change from a variety system. We still can make XP the way it is. If y'all are like, Baker, what the hell are you even talking about right now? This is just the ramblings of me when I do math. My teachers didn't like it. My teachers didn't like it. Okay, so we'll keep XP and everything the way it is there. And what we can use then instead is we'll just use do I still have a reset file here? Can I view what the reset looks like? No, reset isn't going to have souls freed. So when it resets, there's 0 souls freed. But no, that kind of works in that regard. Because the XP then would get carried over on how many souls freed. Then that would read over. What number do we read off of that can make sense? Actually, we can attach this number instead to, hold on here. Attach this number into player level, and then this way it loads with the level, okay? Now it's still gonna be a different fucking number every time. Am I just gonna have to make a basic exponential formula? Is it still even going to work the same? No, the values still come out differently when you load in at different times. Right? Maybe I'm overthinking this. I think I'm overthinking this. I think I'm right. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. Let me just stop. Let me stop. Fucking well overthinking this, dude. If it just brings the XP with it, you're fine. Just fucking stop. If all the values are brought with it, the fucking equation can't break. You stupid shit. Oh, okay. I'm overthinking it. There we go. Alright, we're back. I was so worried about a bug that happened earlier that I already identified where with the crate in here that I just kind of let it wreck me. Let that shit wreck me. I think mainly I want to figure out a baseline here and not just have a set number. But only is logical. As long as we base that number off of this, we'll be okay upon loading. The first one, though, first level is always going to be jank because of this. Well, if we do the crate correctly and it loads, then it won't. This will be fine. Because it will create this, but then it will get updated upon the loading with how much this should equal. So yeah, we'll be fine. We can secure that to happen correctly. I'm just being stupid. And definitely overthinking things. Anyways. Oh, man. Alright. Well, let's see what happens with this to start out with. And we'll kind of go from there. Clearly, we can't have that as the new main menu. But mission select is making that impossible because there's a variable within mission select that only can be done when you select the mission itself. Oh. This is a different error here. Okay, what's this one? Young Saul, what did I do? I don't think it... Did I change things? Create? Okay. And... If global enemy level not set. Are you on the map? Oh, hold on. There's rooms. My brain just kind of is confused here. Aren't you sitting? Do I have to? You're gonna make me move it? Okay. Almost bet you're gonna make me move the damn thing. Enemy, parent spawn. There's scaling. Level scaling. You're sitting there. Look at that. You're right there. You're right there. Where do you want to be? What makes you load first? Huh? What makes you load? What if I put you here? If that doesn't work, then what I have to unfortunately do is I gotta go and take the code out of there. I gotta put it back over where I had it before. I was just hoping I could move them. Not gonna make a difference in my life, then, huh? So have you go back where you were? Have you go back where you were? Come here. I need you. I guess, you know what, honestly. I don't want to have to use more globals. Can I just make this over into the... Can I just make this over here? Do I have room? Do you have room, sir? Is there anything that constantly runs? Can I... Is there anything I can separate here? What do you do? What do you... You go from game stats. Where's the... Hold on here. Hold on here. Do we have empty alarms? Nice. Look at that. Empty alarm. How many empty alarms can you have? I don't think I need that. Isn't this... No. Do I want to have dodge roll in here every time as an individual instance? That might make more sense. I think that might make more sense. Alright, well, first off, let's worry about that later. Or get distracted. Let's do an alarm 6 in here, and we're gonna inherit alarm 6 and alarm 7. Just like that. And... where's the inherent button? There it is. Okay. And I don't like to have alarms stacked on each other. I find they bug a lot if you do that. They can work, but then they don't work sometimes. So I just kind of steer away from doing such things. Might as well adjust those over. Bring these in. Off. Okay. We'll worry about the 8 in a moment. Please. And we'll figure out what we can make globals and not globals later on. That's a whole optimization thing that we'll be doing at one point to see if we can increase mob count. Also, speaking on that, one thing we'll be doing during the rework is we're going to set up a system to allow the player to set their mob cap based off of their previous mob caps that they've hit in the game. So they can hit a higher mob cap, essentially. And then based off of how strong your PC is, you'll be able to attune the mob cap to whatever you want. So that no matter what, you'll have a stable experience for your PC based off of your needs. Get some water real quick. Okay. Let me just cut that for right now. And I am just going to make an alarm here, but it's not going to register or turn on at all. That's all. And essentially later on we can just set one here that if player level equals to etc. to this here, then this alarm gets registered and then we can have it loop back through around over to here. That's simple. Look at the errors. Alright, unknown object player scale not set before reading. At least we're getting errors. At least we're getting errors. Where didn't you like it? Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. You would not know what it was. You are actually correct on that. You would have no damn clue. Okay, enemy level is not increasing. Let me get this auto reset done too. I need to. Oh, hey, stupid. Did you know? Let me see, is this. You see. How do you expect the alarms to reset if you don't tell the exact alarms to reset? Absolute winning. Just so much winning. There, player level, enemy level, and up. There we go. Oh. I like it, but we'll see. I guess still got some more work we gotta do on it. Liking it so far, though. Okay. Now mobs be coming out. The number feels too high. The number feels too high. Let's see if that is right. I thought the number was wrong. Why is this calculating like that? Hold on. Maybe it wants a 0 in front of it. If you want, I'll divide it by 95 if you want. Fucking. We'll get you. We'll make you have the right number up here. I'll make you. I'll make you. Okay. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. Maybe we'll take the base increase, because I see what this is doing now. If we took this off here like this, and we just took enemy scale, this would probably... This will probably do more what we're looking for here. We did that. We'll probably achieve a different outcome. No, we're still gonna... No, this feels better. This is better. Okay, let me set these down here. Is this 2? 2 is 55. And 1 was 60. Can I do it? fuck did I do now? Absolutely. Just winning. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Apps. Alarm 60. Alarm 60. Like, we have 60 alarms, Baker. Baker, we have alarm 55. Yeah, no, not alarm 2, but this is alarm 55. Not a cooldown of 55, but an alarm number 55. Because we know what we're doing. We just clearly know everything that what we're doing. It's absolutely fine. Things are just great in the world here. Alright, things are feeling better now. Yes, we're going to work on enemy XP scaling as well. But I'm just getting a baseline foundation figured out here before I start working on the other stuff. I like this so far. Okay. Why that delete? want something exponential here? I just want to start up. No, I really don't. I want levels to mean something, but how do we make them make sense to each other though? With the experience has to make sense to everything else. So I have to keep that in mind as I do this. We're gonna get ourselves ready for a break here. And when I come back, we're going to keep staring at this and figuring it out. But be sure to That's good, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well and staying safe. Let us get into this. Alright, so we were working on the slider. We were working on the slider. If I remember correctly, actually, let's just reload the damn game. It's always good to do this, just to double check where you left off. We got it to move, but we need it to move with our mouse now. Clicked, yeah, and then it just went, okay. Alright, so we had to do something. We had to do something. Oh, we starting early today. Okay, so we got that working. I feel like we're gonna need a current. Okay, let's see if we can't make it. The next thing I want to try. I just want to try putting these raw in like this. But I think I'm going to have to make a value to hold each of them. This will be my next thing I try. Okay. Wrong. Okay, that's what I kind of thought so. All this mouse X. Is that a built-in variable? Really? Oh. Let's type in 0 here. That may just work within itself. I think I might just be stupid. It would help. You designate it to what mouse? See? Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're not doing that yet. Let me me try this. Mouse position X and mouse position Y. Maybe. Let's just try that mouse X actually. Let's try that mouse X, mouse Y. Let's try that. Right now we're just trying to slowly make it do different things, and as we learn to make it do different things, we'll slowly start narrowing it into what we need it to do exactly. But in doing this, it allows us to learn other things that can be done that we may have not known about, so that we can keep these in mind for future reference projects. You never know when anything's going to be needed. So it's always good to just kind of take your time, screw around, and you'll slowly figure out and you can build yourself like a foundation. That's why I don't always recommend like immediately just going straight to researching on Google and everything. Screw around a little bit. If you have a decent understanding of what you're doing, like of the engine and or the language that you're working with, mess around first. If you have the freedom of time to mess around, mess around. No, still does not want to work. Oh, we got it to do something. Hold on here. Hold on. Okay, we got it to do something. I don't know where it's going, but it did something. It did something. Okay, alright. So let's do this again. We got it to do something. We got it to move in a different direction and such. I don't know why it was going there, but it went there. Let's try that POS X like that. And this way it's less likely to interfere with actually what's going on in the, like this one here. Oh, that is relative. That is probably... That's probably not gonna save. I took that out right then and there. Let's go ahead and go back. I don't know why. Come on. Oh my. Are those things even working? Why? Okay. I just want to see if this thing is updating at all. I can try and figure this out. Come on. Come on. Oh. I know I typed in the letter Y. Oh. How could I ever have typed in the letter Y? How? How dare I? Alright. 680. Like that's 700. We'll take a look at this. Let's see if these things are updating correctly, and then we can kind of go from there. I don't know why this doesn't want to work with the mouse to GUI. I don't know. Oh, we got an error. Not set before reading. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, if it errors from the start, then we're already gonna know something's wrong. Okay. Okay, it picks up an XY. What? Is this on release? Is this on... This is on fucking release. So what if we did this? If we did that? Is that gonna update it correctly then? Yeah, it doesn't want to update. It updated there and it went this way now. So it's kind of doing something. So what if I did here? What if I just did up there, like that? Gaming but doing it from the other side? Yeah. Oh, why can't y'all see it? Hold up. Wait a minute. I don't know why y'all can't see it. Oh, sorry about that. How you doing there, Rabbies? Okay. Alright. Alright, we got it doing something. Now we got it updating. Constant. Okay, good. Alright. Now we have to figure out why it doesn't want to do what we want it to do. Let's go over here first. Just did this. It might error me with an empty thing there, I don't know. I think it just exit actually on that. Let's do one thing at a time. Make it error, if anything. I don't know. We're gonna make it just. Well, actually, this is what we'll do. We'll just set speed, I guess, to like 0. I don't know. You know, let's do double. Let's just do 8. And then we know if like something happens here, we'll see it just speed off a lot quicker, and we'll know something's going on with it. That's all. Nice and easy. Okay. Why don't you wanna? What is the point direction that you? Wait, oh my god, is it following on the actual map, not the GUI itself? That's why it's doing that? It's going on the... Oh my... I know. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're... Alright. Okay. Let me try this first then. Alright, now I understand. Now I understand what's going on here. Oh, we should not have just named that variable. Are you you're gonna work with the name variable though? You should work. I mean, to be fair, you should just work. Huh. I don't know if this is gonna work. This might do the same damn thing. Moving on a GUI on this engine should be easier than this. And I feel like I am definitely doing something wrong, and I might have to resort to Google. It's worth a try first. Just kind of see what I can do. I'm just hoping this picks up. Is there like something to do with GUI then that I could do? What's M-axis X GUI? What is that? It's a constant though. It's not a function. Let me go right quick. There has got to be something. What's that called again? GUI. Thank you. What do you mean 0 results found? I literally just copy pasted it. What? Okay. Game Maker Studio. Animating a UI. Actually. Defining inputs. Here we go. Where's this thing? There we go. The X position of the mouse on the layer using the Y position of the mouse. What's the difference? Well, I'm just literally existing, sitting here wondering. I'm just gonna have to Google it, I guess. Alright, so I guess let's just try a few more things. I'm gonna give it, how long have we been looking at this for now? 22 minutes? Well, let's give it another 10 minutes of screwing around and then we'll go to Google. Let's just stay with this real quick. We may just want to set up multiple... I mean, one thing I could do more than likely is set up multiple objects in there that are invisible and maybe have it move to those points when you click. And we can have a variable in there that will indicate whether it moves left or right. That's bizarre. Why doesn't that wanna... Oh, I should probably give it a fucking movement speed. It's not gonna be able to move, dumbass, if you don't give it a speed to move. You know that could have been your problem with other things, right? Yeah, that right. don't know why it's going in that direction. It's supposed to be a Y0. Oh, it's heading. This is more or less the same thing we had earlier. Is that what we need? I don't know why I keep selecting that. Okay. Alright, so same spot we were in before. What do we use as the indicator? Ah, this is frustrating. I'm just gonna look it up. I am just gonna look it up now. I'm gonna be smart about it. No, you know what? Slider bar GUI game maker studio. Google slider bar tutorials creating UI sliders. It's 2020. I mean, that can give me at least in a foundation. Let's see, anything on forums? Let's see. Okay, that's what I need. So the GUI is a limiting factor in here. Okay. Okay. It has an engine limitation. So I'm gonna have to learn how it functions. I hybridize the draw GUI with the position of the buttons and sliders so that the draw GUI and the resolution I want still interact with it using collisions, instance place interactions. I accomplish this with a mouse follower that I have updated its position with the X and Y, which are internal values. I'm doing that. The filters in the menu are just buttons that change what types of items are allowed to populate. Okay. Huh. This guide goes into something about bounding boxes, and bounding boxes just give me a general idea here to try, so I'm going to go ahead and try this. That's generally what I'll do. I'll just read things and just until I find something that like piques my interest on where I directly want to go to, but he was saying on bounding boxes, and you can use a bounding box to detect on which way you maybe want to go. And the difference with the bounding box is it can detect actually what like top, bottom, left, right is being interacted with. So I can tell it to when bounding box is interacting with one side, it'll move to that side until it's back until it's at a certain point, and then same on the other. We're gonna say. How do we word that? Is it position? Was it position meeting or it was position meeting? Oh, there's a position change. Interesting. Now, as for object, I don't... Is there a way we can tell it? An object is going to create this as an issue. I wish I could figure out a way to make it detect exactly the mouse is bounding, the mouse to the bounding box. You could figure that out, that would be fine. Let me go back to that stuff. Give that another glance over. Alright. Slider GUI tutorial. Okay, I'm gonna go on a bit of a break here, and I'm going to watch over some videos, and when I find the video that I'm gonna be kind of wanting to go off of, I'll throw you all the link, and we'll kind of just go off of it, and then make it a bit different afterwards. I just need to get a base concept here, and my brain apparently needs a visual concept, so that is what I'm going to go ahead and go with, or it apparently needs an audio-based concept. Because like reading my brain, like even reading all the code and everything, my brain isn't registering it, so I'm just going to be smart about that. And I would, in theory, or I would play it on stream, but I just, YouTube is so finicky with shit. It's so finicky. And I don't feel I'm going to be transformative, so I'll just take a break here really quick while I go do some research and figure this out. Let's go ahead and get back into this. Alright, so I think instead of this here, we're just going to take this out, and we're going to have this a baseline interaction, doing artificially increase mob density onto the player. In following phases. Because after it's done, or if it happens incidentally, we can clean it up. We're going to eventually be cleaning up all of this interactions and putting it into alarms, and then only having those alarms. I don't know if I did that or not. And then we're going to have those interactions all take place in the alarms and have it detect if the alarm is actually at 0 when it happens. So we could possibly stop some of the weird interactions that can happen. So we'll be setting their movement speed to 0, and then they'll read through to determine what alarm they want to do. And then if none of the alarms are at 0, they'll just keep interacting until the alarms are at 0. Or keep going at 0 until either interaction stops or the alarm isn't at 0 anymore. I think it should be more efficient. We can stop a lot of code from repeat running. Because right now it's running every single time the interaction happens, so if they're stuck together, it's just constantly happening. I don't know if my range is clearing up the numbers faster, but I'm just noticing a significant less amount of mobs after doing this. And my soul free count is actually pretty good. Are we in a rage? No, we are not. Oh. Oh, those are the incidental guys in the back. Okay, so those spots are being cleared more often, which then is making room for more. Oh, so back there is stabilizing. Oh, this has been nice so far. Yeah, you even get random mobs that are enraged now. There's enraged. This will force a lot of interactions to happen. A lot of mobs will be touching each other now. After this phase ends, which then a bunch of mobs are going to be spawning down there, cleaning up, allowing more mobs to come in. It's a naturally cleaning system where you can take the bugs and actually use them to your advantage. The bugs of it working how it would be like, I guess, in the most perfect world, you know what I mean? Which is like nothing actually standing still. Everything's always following and trying to chase the player and everything. At the same time, I don't really want that. I feel like the AI should be a little bit smarter than that. Like, we don't need to overwhelm him and just all die at one time type deal. They come in more coordinated. Yeah, I mean, they're flowing in nicely down there. Even with all the range and everything. I mean, we got projectiles all over the earth right now. These things are literally just creating like a beehive effect. They're just... At one point, they were just hovering around the player. With the projectiles themselves. It was beautiful. There we go, we have another increase coming. And now mob count is going up again. Is a wave. Where every enemy spawn point is a... What do you mean is a wave? In what way? So if you go to a room with 3 spawns... Wait. Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay. A wave as in, as you interact with them, they're coming to you like waves would in the ocean. Okay, I got you, I got you, I got you. My brain took a moment there. I got you. Yeah. And then if you want to stand still, things are still going to be coming to you regardless. As you can see, the spawns are coming in beautifully. We have 9,400 mobs on screen. 95, 96, 98. We got 10? 10,000? We got 10,000. We got 10,000 mobs on screen. This next enrage phase is going to be wild. Boom, everything's back. Mobs getting bigger, objects deleting. There we go. Things are coming. Look at them spawning in. FPS staying stable. Oh my god, this is beautiful. In fact, FPS going up. FPS go up. Ah. I mean... Oh. And there's the mob count going back up. It was fighting. It fought for a minute there. Oh, until the waves are complete. Oh no, I have them capped already, homie. They can't go any faster. It's a 30th of a second right now. Every 30th of a second, 4 mobs spawn, man. You can't really, like, I can't game engine wise go faster than that. I could have more mobs spawn at a time. That's about the only thing I could do. You know, it would just be increasing the lines of code, but 4 is just really efficient. Or 4 spawns is just really efficient for the lines. I will say too, it's already like my highest performance. No, it isn't. I would have to adjust my entire timers and add in more timers and stuff like that, or have a value that keeps going up to increase the timer or decrease the timer. In that reference. Yeah, it's I'll show you in the code afterwards. I have it. I used to have, you're thinking of my old system. I'll let you know. You are thinking correctly, but you're thinking of the old system. You might not have been here on that update stream. I'll show you what the new system of spawning looks like, man. That was, I think I fixed that. Ooh, 3 weeks ago, somewhere around there. I forget which break it was. It wasn't this one. I think it was the last one during that time period. But yeah, I've completely changed around the whole spawn system to make it a lot more efficient. A lot more efficient. Yeah. No, that was my original concept. Was I actually did have the spawns gradually become faster as the went on, but because I've made the map so large, I was like, you know, honestly, it's just gonna make more sense to make it as fast as possible at that rate, you know. That's where, like, that's the reason why for me I chose as fast as possible, because I went with as little spawns as I could for an efficient mode. If I extend the timer out, say to like 10 steps instead of 2 or something like that, I can add in a lot more while still maintaining the same efficiency. Because if I keep adding in other things with it, I'll have to, that'll also equate into problems with the efficiency overall, which then will reduce the total mob count. Because right now, the way I have everything on debugging set up, parent spawn is pretty much always like the top amount of percentage of my steps. It's only like 4% or stuff. I've actually done a pretty good job with the optimization now.